Chapter 148. Chapter 148. Li Taibai's Ring, Testing Xiao Changtian. _I. Chapter 148. Li Taibai's Ring, Testing Xiao Changtian. _I. Senior. Seeing Xiao Changtian come out, everyone bowed and greeted him. We're all acquaintances now. Why are you being so polite? Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. He was already very familiar with perfected Qing Yin and the others. You are? As for the tribulation transcending experts from the victorious East Continent, Xiao Changtian was a little confused. He didn't know them. Could it be that he's my fan? He found Jior's hometown directly. The mighty ones from the victorious East Continent were overwhelmed by Xiao Changtian's question and didn't know how to answer. Are you guys my fans? Xiao Changtian asked. Fans, yes, we are fans. Although they didn't know what the fans meant, the powerhouses from the victorious East Continent hurriedly nodded their heads. To be able to have a relationship with Senior, wouldn't they be able to take off if Senior casually gave them an opportunity? Oh, 1C. Jior, you called your fans over to help too. Xiao Changtian smiled. Mu Jiahuang could only nod. Everyone, let's go now. Follow me. Xiao Changtian said directly. There were so many people, but they were not afraid at all. Moreover, there was still the powerful Great Sun Immortal. Yes. Everyone hurriedly nodded. Although they did not know what to do, they still followed. Empress, what exactly happened? Where are we going? Someone asked curiously. Don't call me Empress. We are heading to Peerless City now. Also, Senior's identity is not something you can guess. However, Senior is a reclusive expert who plays around in the world. Therefore, you have to cooperate and pretend to be mortals. Do you understand? Mu Jiahuang instructed. Instantly, the experts from the victorious East Continent, who didn't know Xiao Changtian, understood. No wonder he had never heard of Senior's name before. So it's because Senior has been hiding in the mortal world all these years. Such a mighty figure loved to hide in the world and play around. Pass it down. We're all mortals. If anyone dares to spill the beans, we'll directly attack and destroy their sect. We are mortals. The sect masters of the victorious East Continent all silently recited this in their hearts, remembering their own identities. Very quickly, everyone took the spirit carriage and arrived at Wuxia City. Peerless City, what are you doing here? Tang Ritian frowned immediately. Wuxia City was under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sun sect. Senior is here. Are you trying to promote my Heavenly Sun sect? Tang Ritian was delighted. However, Mu Jiahuang's next words made Tang Ritian extremely angry. What? There are Xiaxianists bullying the people in Wuxia City? Tang Ritian was furious. Usually he would ask the sect to control the immortal cultivators. Within the territory of the Heavenly Sun sect, mortals and immortal cultivators would not interfere with each other. But now such a thing had actually happened. Investigate, investigate. Tang Ritian immediately gave an order to the elder. In the end, everyone stayed in a large and peerless city. After finding a big house, Xiao Changtian called Diwu Zheng and the Great Sun Immortal over. Let's go treat Taibai first, then we'll negotiate with the Bai family. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Diwu Zheng and the Great Sun Immortal hurriedly nodded. As for Daoist Xingyun and the others, they stayed in the inn and waited for Xiao Changtian's orders. Under Diwu Zheng's lead, Xiao Changtian carried the white tiger to a dilapidated courtyard. Li Taibai, who was covered in blood, lay on the ground, unconscious from his injuries. Master Taibai he. Diwu's face revealed an anxious expression. Don't worry, Xiao Changtian said calmly. With his great medical skills, he could tell at a glance that Li Taibai had just lost too much blood. He used the turtle shell and the blood-replenishing flower in the small courtyard to refine the pill. As long as Li Taibai took it, he would be cured. As expected, Xiao Changtian stuffed the pill into Li Tianbai's mouth. After a while, Li Taibai woke up. Cough, cough, cough. Diwu Zheng, why haven't you run yet? Run quickly and find reinforcements. Li Taibai suddenly sat up with a shocked expression. Taibai, I'm back. I've brought back reinforcements. This is our master. Di Wuzheng was overjoyed when he saw Li Taibai's injuries improving. Master? Li Taibai frowned. That's right, our master. Di Wuzheng hurriedly reminded Xiao Changtian, and bowed respectfully. Li Taibai frowned. Noticing Li Taibai's confusion, Di Wuzheng hurriedly smiled and said, Shizuan, 1 foot 11 inches, tell him that you guys should go and rest first. I promise that Li Taibai will obediently acknowledge you as his master. All right, no violence. Xiao Changtian nodded, and reminded him as he walked out of the courtyard. Yes. Di Wuzheng nodded. He was also a little puzzled. Why did Master remind him not to use violence? However, he didn't care that much. Taibai, let me tell you, our master is an invincible master. As long as you acknowledge him as your master, you and Bai Ling Shuang will be together immediately. Master also brought. Di Wuzheng told Li about the Empress and the other experts, as well as their experiences during this period of time. So mysterious. Li Taibai frowned, his face filled with shock. However, it was too shocking for him to believe it. Go out first and let me be alone. Li Taibai glanced at Di Wuzheng and said in a deep voice. All right. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't acknowledge me as your master, I'll break your legs. Di Wuzheng nodded and walked out of the courtyard. Master, he needs 3 minutes to prepare. He'll come to take me as his master in 3 minutes. Di Wuzheng said respectfully to Lin Feng. Yes, Taibai, is his leg okay? Xiao Changtian nodded and asked. Inside the house, Li Taibai clenched a broken ring in his hand. Elder Yin, was the 5th person cheated? That person is just a mortal. Did Di Wuzheng fall into some kind of illusion? Li Tianbai communicated with an old man in the ring. In these 3 years, he had actually given all his cultivation to the person in the ring. This was an expert at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. After his body was damaged, his soul was placed in the ring. It doesn't seem like it. There's no soul imprint in the 5th soul. Elder Yin shook his head. How about this? In a while, you pretend to go out and become my disciple. One will use my divine sense to attack that person to test him. Don't worry, it's just a test. If he is a mortal, one will immediately retract my divine sense and won't hurt him. Uncle Yin suggested. All right. Li Taibai nodded and stood up. He put the ring back into his pocket and walked out of the courtyard. Disciple Li Taibai greets master. Li Taibai bowed respectfully to Xiao Changtian, but he pointed the ring at Xiao Changtian. In the ring, Uncle Yun's divine sense was instantly sent out, enveloping Xiao Changtian. Chapter 149, Chapter 149. This affects the elders of the Heavenly Sun. Chapter 149. This affects the elders of the Heavenly Sun sect. We have to think about it _I. Wang. A faint trembling voice sounded in Li Taibai's mind. He heard the sound of Elder Yun's hand. All right, from now on, you will be my 4th disciple. Xiao Changtian held the cat in his arms while supporting Li Taibai with his right hand. Thank you, Li Taibai said with a frown. This was because he felt that he had suddenly lost contact with Elder Yin. His divine sense could no longer contact Elder Yin. What happened? Li Taibai was a little surprised. He tried to contact Elder Yin in the ring again. However, there was still no sound coming from the ring. It was deathly silent. Elder Yin had already curled up into a ball and was shivering in his ring. He had no time to care about Li Taibai. Originally, Elder Yin had sent out a gentle divine sense to pierce into Xiao Changtian's mind. Even if Xiao Changtian was a mortal, he would only feel a headache. It would not cause any substantial damage. However, when his divine sense was just a foot away from Xiao Changtian, he suddenly felt an even stronger divine sense. In his bewilderment, Elder Yin looked at the cat in Xiao Changtian's arms. In an instant, his entire soul trembled violently. It was a white tiger. The white tiger that stood on the boundless galaxy and let out a roar that could cause the stars in the sky to fall. The white tiger's eyes were cold as if it was looking at an ant. It stared at Elder Yin. This made Elder Yin feel like he was like sand. It was as if he would be killed in an instant if he moved. From then on, his soul would no longer exist. How could it be the white tiger? The divine beast White Tiger was a legendary divine beast. The divine White Tiger has always been arrogant. Why did it transform into a white-haired beast and get carried in someone's arms? Could it be? This person is really a peerless expert. Yes, it must be. White tigers would only submit to peerless experts and would never lower their heads to the weak. Thinking of this, Elder Yin, who was in the ring, was shocked. He actually wanted to test the senior just now, to test such an expert. He almost died. From now on, you will be my fourth disciple. What skills do you need to learn? Wait until the matter is resolved. Now let's first. Xiao Changtian's voice continued. As Xiao Changtian's voice faded, the white tiger retracted its divine sense. Elder Yin, who had curled up into a ball in the ring, felt the pressure around him relax. Elder Yin, what happened to you just now? Feeling Elder Yin's spiritual sense return, Li Taibai was delighted and asked hurriedly. However, Elder Yin did not answer him. He only said anxiously, "This is a peerless expert. It's your supreme opportunity to become his disciple. You can't miss it." Elder Yin emphasized this sentence more than 10 times. Immediately, Li Taibai frowned and was shocked. Was it really a reclusive expert? That was great. Disciple, let's go negotiate now. Follow me. Disciple. Xiao Changtian, who was arranging the negotiation plan, said again when he saw Li Tianbai in a daze. Yes, I'll listen to everything master says. Li Taibai quickly agreed. With such a powerful master protecting him, he and Ling Shuang could finally be together. Li Taibai couldn't help but tremble in excitement. Disciple, don't worry. I'm here, don't worry. They had already arrived at the gate of the Bai family. Xiao Changtian saw his disciple's appearance and thought that Li Taibai had not recovered from the trauma of his previous injury. He immediately comforted him. Yes, master. Li Taibai nodded gratefully. Yes. Xiao Changtian nodded. He looked at the imposing great sun immortal beside him and became determined. Then, they finally met the head of the Bai family, Bai Ling Shuang's father. Li Taibai, what are you doing here again? Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to be beaten up? The Bai family head saw Li Taibai and frowned. He immediately shouted angrily. The surrounding guards even surrounded him. Humph! At this moment, the great sun immortal snorted coldly and sent a few guards flying back with his vital essence. Who dares to offend me? The great sun immortal said coldly. How dare these guards act presumptuously in front of senior? Who are you? You want to meddle in Li Taibai's affairs? Master Bai looked at the great sun immortal, and then at Xiao Changtian. Judging from their positions, Master Bai knew that the great sun immortal should be Xiao Changtian's guard. He looked at Xiao Changtian and asked. Xiao Changtian looked like he was about to make a move, so he was not confident. However, when he saw the great sun immortal's technique, he was instantly filled with confidence. He hugged the white fur and sat down slowly. He picked up a cup of tea and said, I'm Li Taibai's master, the Bai family's matter of breaking off the engagement. I'm also very Taibai's saying, you're doing the wrong thing? Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice. He even suppressed his throat and pretended to frown. It was a negotiation, so of course he had to be full of vigor. Humph, so what if one break off the engagement? I've already given Li Taibai 100 taels of gold, enough for him to live without worries. Master Bai said in a low voice. No, I don't want to. Ling Shuang and one love each other. I don't want to break off the engagement. Li Taibai hurriedly said. This is not up to the two of you. The Bai family master shouted angrily again. Master Bai, this is your fault. Since they are in love, why did you stop them? Xiao Changtian said. The Tian Yuan continent did not have any orders from parents or matchmakers. They were relatively open in this regard. My daughter naturally has to marry someone better. Young Master Xiao of the Xiao family is not bad. Don't make trouble for me. If you dare to make trouble again, I'll have the elders of the Heavenly Sun sect behind young Master Xiao take action. Send the guests out. Master Bai said coldly. He even brought out the elders of the Heavenly Sun sect and ordered them to leave. Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect. Xiao Changtian heard that the elder of the Heavenly Sun sect seemed to have an extraordinary cultivation base. Looks like we have to plan this out. Xiao Changtian thought to himself, but he could only stand up and say, "Let's go dash." Xiao Changtian led Li Taibai and the others out of the gate. Li Taibai asked in confusion, "Master, are we just going to let it go like this?" Li Tianbai was confused. Elder Yin had already said that his master was a peerless expert. Why did his master compromise so quickly? "Disciple, we have to think about this matter carefully. Let's go back and discuss the plan," Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice. Li Taibai was confused, but he was still dragged along by Xiao Changtian and went to the inn. "Di Wuzheng, what is master trying to do? Who else can we find?" Li Taibai asked Di Wuzheng in a low voice. "You'll know when we get there. Hurry up and leave," Di Wuzheng said impatiently. Helplessly, Li Tianbai could only follow. His heart was filled with sorrow until he entered the inn. "Taibai, what's going on?" Elder Yun's shocked voice sounded from the ring. Chapter 150 Chapter 150, The Stealing Plan Begins a Lie. Chapter 150, The Stealing Plan Begins a Lie. Inside the ring, Old Man Yun was dumbfounded. The soul state that had just recovered was quickly hidden in an instant. Taoist Xingyun, Monk Kong Xiang, and another expert should be the 9 Phoenix matriarch you mentioned. Have they broken through to the Mahayana realm? And that mortal is even more terrifying. Also, these people are all trying to pass the tribulation. There are more than 200 tribulation passing experts. Elder Yun's shock was like a wave after wave. Li Taibai was dumbfounded when he heard Elder Yun's words. Taoist Xingyun, Master Kong Xiang, 9 Phoenix matriarch. These were existences that he did not even dare to dream of. Even Elder Yun, who was in the ring, was not a match for them when he was alive, not to mention that they had already broken through to the Deshang realm. There were mortals who were stronger than the tribulation. There were more than 200 people here, and all of them were undergoing tribulation. Heavens! When Master said to take a long time to consider, could it be that he was bringing so many martial arts experts to take a long time to consider? Was he going to destroy the Heavenly Sun sect? "Senior, please take a seat." Seeing Xiao Changtian come back, Su Daji hurriedly handed over a chair. She was tempted. The senior had actually called so many human experts from the Tianyuan continent for his disciple. She also wanted such a master. She had decided that after she settled Li Taibai's matter, she would acknowledge Senior as her master. Even if one have to sacrifice everything, one will still become a disciple of a senior. As long as she became Senior's disciple, she would be able to take revenge. "All right." Xiao Changtian nodded at Su Daji and introduced Yi Fan and the others to Li Tianbai. "Greetings to eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and third senior brother." End quote. Li Taibai bowed. "Junior brother, there's no need to be so polite. If there's anything you can't solve, you can tell me." Yi Fan walked over and patted Li Taibai's shoulder. "Yes," Li Tianbai hurriedly replied. He didn't quite understand what eldest brother was talking about. But the next moment, Elder Yun's voice sounded from the ring. "I was discovered by your eldest senior brother," Elder Yun said in despair. "What?" Li Taibai was shocked. "Your eldest senior brother is even stronger than those in the Mahayana realm." Elder Yun's terrified voice sounded again. When Li Taibai heard this, he was so shocked that he was numb. In less than 2 hours, he felt like he was dreaming. Looking at the many experts in front of him, he felt that it was a little unreal. Am I really dreaming? Li Taibai felt like he was in a trance. To confirm that he wasn't dreaming, he walked behind Di Wuzheng and pinched his waist. "Oh, what are you doing?" Di Wuzheng cried out in pain and asked angrily. "Nothing. One just saw a mosquito. We're good brothers. Why are you so calculative, right?" Li Tianbai smiled awkwardly. In the middle of the table, Xiao Changtian had already started to plan his steal plan. "Qingyun, besides Zhongxian, the two of you are both immortal cultivators. Although your cultivation isn't that great, it's enough for you to sneak into the room and steal people." The rest of the people, Jiu or Yi Fan Irandaji, you guys will receive them from the outside and prepare to retreat at any time. As for the rest of you, follow me to create chaos. Does everyone understand? Xiao Changtian instructed meticulously. Yes. Everyone nodded seriously and treated it seriously. Of course, he wasn't serious about saving Bai Ling Shuang. It would be a piece of cake for him to bring her out. What they had to take seriously was to cooperate with their seniors and not give themselves away. At all times, they had to maintain their identity as ordinary people. Otherwise, they would be beaten up by everyone. Senior, let's go and think about it. Perfected Qing Yun, and the others moved to another room and started discussing. Tell me, if we were to fight with the Bai family, how should we pretend that we are no match for them? Also, are we going to fight each other alone and lose? Or are we going to fight one by one and pretend to be defeated? Also, what if I can't hold back and leak my true essence? Whoever dares to expose his identity and make Senior unhappy this time, we will destroy him. A group of tribulation transcending experts discussed. Xiao Changtian was discussing with the great Sun Immortal. Perfected De Yang, 1 foot 11 inches, have to trouble you to help when the time comes. Xiao Changtian said. I'll listen to you. I'll attack whenever you want me to. This is a small matter. The Immortal of Deong returned. Compared to the opportunity given by Senior, doing such a small thing for Senior was simply insignificant. Haha, haha, when I go back this time, I will definitely draw a few paintings for you, Xiao Changtian said with a smile. The great Sun Immortal had followed him from the North Barren State to the West Bull State, and then to the East Victory State. Which immortal cultivator would treat a mortal like him like this? Although he did not have any cultivation, if the great Sun Immortal liked his paintings, he would draw a few more for the great Sun Immortal. Thank you so much. When the great Sun Immortal heard this, he was overjoyed. Senior's paintings were all divine workmanship and divine items. Just a single Nanming primordial fire portrait was already so terrifying. With a few more, the great Sun sect would be safe. Listening to everyone's discussion, Li Tai-bai, who was sure that he was not dreaming, finally understood that his master wanted to play a game. No wonder he had compromised so easily before. To be able to have such a state of mind for such a mighty figure, this is the true return to simplicity. In the Bai family. The head of the Bai family looked at his daughter helplessly. The room was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Daughter, don't worry, Tai-bai is fine. He just has some master, and he seems to have some strength, but I've scared them off with the name of an elder of the Heavenly Sun sect. Master Bai said in a deep voice. That's good. Bai Ling Shuang nodded. The Xiao family isn't someone we can mess with. So what if we're in love? We've lost to reality. Bai Ling Shuang sighed, and a drop of crystal fell down. Sigh. Master Bai sighed helplessly when he saw his daughter like this. However, there was nothing he could do. The Heavenly Sun sect was too powerful. If they disobeyed, the entire 1,000 members of the Bai family would be gone. He couldn't let 1,000 good people die with him for his daughter. Hee beauty, I'm coming. As the two of them sighed, a blue-robed young man walked in. It was young Master Xiao from the Xiao family. He pushed open the door and laughed loudly. He let Master Bai out, and then pounced on Bai Ling Shuang. Beauty, why are you crying? It's not a loss for you to marry me. What's so good about that, Li Tai-bai? Come. Let's go to the bridal chamber now. Young Master Xiao walked towards Bai Ling Shuang, his tone filled with contempt. Bai Ling Shuang closed her eyes. What kind of person was Xiao Ming? He was a playboy who only coveted her beauty. However, could she resist? Xiao Ming's hand was about to reach down. Chapter 151. Chapter 151. The plan succeeded. Chapter 151. The plan succeeded. Fuck you. Xiao Ming's hand was about to touch Bai Ling Shuang. Suddenly, two large feet appeared out of nowhere and landed on Xiao Ming's chest. Xiao Ming rolled out like a rubber ball, smashing the door into pieces. Miss, sorry for offending you. Perfected Qing Yun and Maniac Chu each grabbed Bai Ling Shuang's arm and escaped through the window. Chase! Someone kidnapped your miss. Chase after her. Xiaoming crawled up from the ground and roared angrily. Because he could not expose his identity, perfected Qing Yun and Maniac Chu's kicks were only based on ordinary strength and did not cause any great damage. Xiaoming grabbed Master Bai's collar and said angrily, "All right." The Bai family had agreed and gathered all the guards in the Bai family. "All of you chase after them. Even if you can't find them, chase after them." The Bai family head shouted as he signaled the butler with his eyes. "Yes, master, don't worry. We will do our best to chase after them." The butler winked as well. Who else could come and take his daughter away? Without even thinking, he knew that it must be Li Taibai. Master Bai felt that this Li Taibai had suddenly become smarter. He was always straightforward and asked for people in person. Now he knew how to be flexible. She was kidnapped in front of Xiaoming. What does that have to do with the Bai family? My Bai family's people also went to chase after him, but they didn't manage to catch him. It just so happens that I don't want to marry my daughter to you. Humph, how dare you? You're simply lawless. However, he doesn't know that during this period of time, the great elder of the Heavenly Sun sect, who is also my uncle, is in Wuxia City. My uncle is at the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Those two thieves should be prepared to die. Xiaoming's expression was ferocious as he sent out a message. What? Hearing this, Master Bai was shocked. The great elder of the Heavenly Sun sect had come to Wuxia City. Oh no! The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect was a 7th level Tribulation Transcendence expert. He was invincible in Wuxia City. Li Taibai would definitely be discovered. Li Taibai would die. When the Bai family had thought of this, his expression darkened, and he immediately said, "I'll go look for him too." After saying that, he quickly ran out of the courtyard. He wanted Li Taibai to leave before the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect found him. Old man, do you really think one don't know what you're thinking? Die together. Bai Ling Shuang is fine. Within the Bai clan's courtyard, Xiaoming sneered. The Xiao clan's guards had already set off, and the entire peerless city had been sealed off. He did not believe that these people could still run. Xiaoming sneered as he slowly walked out of the Bai family's courtyard. "Young master, we have found Li Taibai and Bai Ling Shuang in the inn." A servant of the Xiao family ran over to report. "Very good. We will head to the Tongtsu Inn now. Eldest uncle will be there soon." Xiaoming sneered. Yes. The Xiao family servant took out a flying shuttle, and the two of them quickly flew to the Tongtsu Inn. In front of the inn, the Xiao family had already surrounded the inn. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash. When our young master comes, I'll kill you." Xiaoming's lackey, the butler of the Xiao family, Xiao Busheng, placed his left hand on his waist and pointed his right index finger at the crowd with an arrogant expression. In fact, Xiao Busheng was even pointing at the crowd. "You're a fortune-telling swindler. How dare you follow them? And you old monk, do you want to die if you don't eat vegetarian food and chant Buddha properly? Little girl, you look so energetic. Your red clothes are so festive. Why don't you consider coming back to my house and being my daughter-in-law? I guarantee you won't die." The secret pavilion master, Master Kong Xiang, the 9 Phoenix matriarch, and the others were pointed at and reprimanded. However, they did not dare to retort. He could only endure it silently. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold it in any longer, and would slap this Xiao Busheng to death. When that time came, it would ruin the senior's mood to play the game. At that time, it would be terrible. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash. Little lady, come with me." Xiao Busheng laughed lewdly as he stretched out his hand towards the 9 Phoenix matriarch's face. Mu Jiahuang stood rooted to the ground. She was extremely furious, and had already reached the edge of anger. A mere ant actually dared to insult her. If it was in the past, this Xiao Busheng's soul would have long been destroyed. But now she didn't dare to make a move. Master had not given the order yet. Mu Jiahuang was furious, but she could only endure it. Her hands were pressed against the edge of her thighs, forcefully suppressing the anger in her heart, and her body kept trembling. In Xiao Chongtian's eyes, there was another scene. He saw that Jiaoer was already trembling in fear. "I can't take it anymore. Let's fight. Although we have a numerical disadvantage, there's no other way now, Xiao Changtian thought. Immediately, he was the first to bear the brunt. Fight! Xiao Changtian shouted and picked up the turtle beside him, smashing it towards Xiao Busheng. Bang! Xiao Busheng's head was instantly blasted open by this smash, and he was directly KO'd. Am I that fierce? Seeing this, Xiao Changtian was overjoyed. He didn't expect himself to be so good at fighting. Holding the turtle shell in his hand, he recalled the hot-blooded times when he was fighting in a group in primary school. He felt courage in his heart and rushed into the crowd, smashing it with his eyes closed. Let's go too. The experts who had followed Xiao Changtian were delighted when they saw Xiao Changtian's order. He could finally make a move. Fuck him. As soon as he finished speaking, countless experts present rushed forward, punching and kicking like ordinary people. The scene was in chaos. Xiao Changtian held the black tortoise in his hand and fiercely attacked. Those servants of the Xiao family were knocked down one by one. In order to make the act more realistic, the other experts all took out their acting skills. On Daoist Xingyun's side, facing a tall servant of the Xiao family, he punched and even pretended to take a few steps back. Aya, this person is a little strong. Kong Xiang, come and help me. The two of us can subdue him together. Daoist Xingyun said vividly. All right. Kong Xiang hurriedly ran over. The two of them joined forces, one locking his throat, and the other locking his arm. Only then did they barely defeat that robust servant. Fortunately, this robust man did not know that these two people in front of him were old monsters who had lived for 100,000 years among the human race. Otherwise, he would be able to boast even in the underworld. Back then, he had fought against Daoist Nebula and Master Kong Xiang, but he had been defeated by the two of them. The battle has entered the fanatical stage of the game. As for Yi Fan, he killed one with each axe. He did not need to pretend. He was a mortal to begin with. The battle lasted for a quarter of an hour. In the end, Xiao Changtian won. There are more people than people. You can't beat us? One didn't expect that one could fight. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. He was extremely satisfied. The plan succeeded. Let's go. The immortal cultivators are coming. Xiao Changtian ordered. Chapter 152 Chapter 152, Sect Master Help Lie. Chapter 152, Sect Master Help Lie. Let's run. The Xiaxianists are here. We can't beat them. That's right. Rumor has it that a cultivator in the Qi refining realm can fight 100 of them alone. We're not enough. That's right. Run, run. One by one, the usually dignified tribulation transcending experts fled like a swarm of bees. Among them, the leader of the Heavenly Sun sect ran the fastest. I must act more realistically and perform well to gain seniors' attention as soon as possible. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect thought to himself. His footsteps became even faster. Xiao Changtian and the Great Sun Immortal were responsible for covering the rear. Perfected Great Sun. Almost everyone has evacuated. Let's get ready to leave. Xiao Changtian looked at Daoist Master Deyang. Yes, the Great Sun Immortal replied. I will obey all of your orders and follow you. However, right at this moment, a burly man's voice rang out. Xiao Ming, who was riding a flying shuttle, had arrived. Immediately after, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor. Boom! As that person landed, a huge crater was created in the street in front of him. The surrounding rooms collapsed like paper. It was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect. Immortal cultivators? Xiao Changtian was stunned. Was this the legendary high-level immortal cultivator? So powerful. Xiao Changtian stood still and asked in surprise. He looked at the Great Sun Immortal and asked in a low voice. Is the Great Sun Jinren a match for him? Hearing this, the Great Sun Immortal nodded. Although his cultivation level was low, he had the Nanming Primordial Fire diagram, given to him by the senior. It could even kill the ghost-devouring vine, let alone a 7th stage tribulation transcendence expert. That's good. Seeing the Great Sun Immortal nod, Xiao Changtian was instantly filled with confidence. The immortal De Jong is still awesome. As expected, although the great sun immortal was only in the divinity transformation stage, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cultivate immortality. It seemed that there were not many people who were higher than the divinity transformation stage. Not to mention, he still had Jiu and the others who had already escaped. Envy. You dare to boast about a mere incarnation formation cultivator? The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect stared at Taoist Big Sunday. He's only in the incarnation realm, yet he's so arrogant. Why don't you leave first? Taoist De Jong said respectfully to Xiao Changtian, when he saw that the Great Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect was about to start a war. Alright, I'm just a mortal. The aftermath of your fight can hurt me. I'll leave first. Xiao Changtian nodded, took the turtle and ran away. Uncle. Seeing Xiao Changtian leave, Xiaoming looked at the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect anxiously. What if they all ran away? Don't worry, I'll kill him with a flip of my hand. Xiao Yuanshan, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect, sneered and threw a palm strike at the Great Sun Immortal. The powerful palm force turned into a sun, as if it wanted to melt the Great Sun Immortal. When the Great Sun Immortal saw this palm, he was a little frightened. So this was the power of a tribulation transcending expert. Terrifying. It was terrifying. The Great Sun Immortal even closed his eyes and felt the difference between the two of them without any distracting thoughts. Ha ha ha, uncle, he was scared to death by your attack. Xiaoming laughed. Xiao Yuanshan also looked disdainful, and his expression became even more arrogant. That palm enveloped the Great Sun Immortal. He's already dead. Let's go after him. Xiao Yuanshan sneered. Yes, I am. Uncle is indeed invincible. Xiaoming nodded. The two of them quickly left. However, at this moment, all of a sudden, a mighty river of fire spread out under Xiao Yuanshan and Xiaoming's feet. Terrifying flames engulfed Xiao Yuanshan's palm strike. The sun was like a spark in the face of the river of fire, without any power. What is it? Nanming primordial fire. Seeing the river of flames, Xiao Yuanshan immediately realized that it was the Nanming Ignis diagram of the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets. It was not something he could deal with. In fact, some of the flames had already spread from his palm to his shoulder. Pust! With a sound like sword chi, Xiao Yuanshan gritted his teeth and chopped off his arm. When he mentioned Xiaoming, he immediately used the Heavenly Sun sect's formation to escape. You ran so fast. I haven't even fully unfolded Senior's painting. The Great Sun Immortal shook his head, put away the painting, and followed Xiao Changtian. This scene was witnessed by the Bai clan's master, who had arrived shortly after. Hiss! He gasped. He did not expect the Grand Sun Immortal to be so terrifying that he could seriously injure Xiao Yuanshan, who was at the 7th stage of the Crossing Calamity Realm. Fortunately, the Bai family did not do anything extreme that day. The Bai family head felt a lingering fear when he thought of his order to chase them away the day before yesterday. If he had made a move at that time, he did not dare to imagine the consequences. However, this person is Li Taibai's master's guard. Then Li Taibai's master? Li Taibai's master should be a peerless expert, right? But Master Bai frowned and was puzzled. Since Xiao Changtian was so strong, why did he come to the Bai family to snatch her away? On the other side, Xiao Yuanshan and Xiaoming had returned to the Xiao family. Big brother Ming'er, what's wrong? The head of the Xiao family looked at the two of them and asked in surprise. I didn't expect that Li Tianbai would be able to find such a helper. I was too careless and didn't react in time. It seems that I need to contact the sect master and ask him to help, Xiao Yuanshan said in a deep voice. Immediately, the voice transmission talisman in Xiao Yuanshan's hand flashed, and a message was sent out. Xiao Changtian and the others had already run out of Wushuang City. They came to a lake and sat down to rest. Taoist Big Sun, quickly tell everyone how you defeated that person. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect was the first to ask. His big eyes were filled with curiosity. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone knew him well, no one would have thought that he was the sect master of the Heavenly Sun sect a well-known tribulation transcendence expert. That person called himself the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect. I only defeated him with the Nanming Ignis diagram. The immortal De Yong said awkwardly. Everyone in front of him was a tribulation transcendence expert. He was really embarrassed to speak. Haha, Taoist De Yong is really fierce. He's the leader of the Heavenly Sect. Wait, Heavenly Sun sect? You mean the Heavenly Sun sect? Tang Ritian, who originally wanted to flatter the great Sun Immortal like an ordinary person, was instantly stunned. At the same time, he felt hundreds of pairs of eyes staring at him. He only felt goosebumps all over his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Tang Ritian, how do you explain this? Doubtful voices sounded. Tang Ritian was caught in the crowd. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Coincidentally, at this moment, the ring on his hand suddenly lit up. He was nervous, and his hand slipped. The Great Elder's message was immediately opened. Sect leader, I met a person who used the Nanming flame diagram. He is seriously injured and needs help. Chapter 153, Chapter 153. Heavenly Sun Sect, don't be afraid. Chapter 153. Heavenly Sun Sect, don't be afraid. Done. Fuck. Heavens. Their gazes were like heavy mountains, pressing down on Tang Ritian until he could not breathe. Her lower body was already wet. His cold sweat dripped onto the ground like raindrops. Grass, a plant. Tang Ritian's heart was as furious as thunder. He directly cursed the First Elder 100 times. He had long instructed them not to provoke the seniors, and not to cause trouble. In the end, the First Elder was bullying the city. Moreover, he had even bullied the disciple of a senior. I'll go back and settle it now. It'll be very fast. It'll be very fast. 15 minutes. 15 minutes will be enough. Tang Ritian smiled embarrassedly. He stirred up the true essence around his body, and turned into a stream of light, disappearing in an instant. On the other side, Li Tianbai was introducing Bai Ling Shuang to her master. Greetings, senior. After hearing Li Tianbai's explanation, Bai Ling Shuang finally realized how powerful this senior was. Bai Ling Shuang was shocked that nearly half of the Heavenly Fate Continent's experts had come. No need to be so polite. The two of you should take a break and recover your mood. Xiao Changtian waved his hand. Then Xiao Changtian walked over. Hey, where's old Tang? Xiao Changtian asked. Master, he has something to do at home. Mu Jihuang replied. Oh, Xiao Changtian nodded. Tang Ritian had indeed gone back to deal with family matters. At this moment, he had already arrived at the Xiao family's house. Sect Master, you came so quickly? That's great. That person is dead for sure. When the Great Elder saw Tang Ritian, he was overjoyed and stood up to welcome him. However, a powerful and round slap landed on Xiao Yuanshan's face. Xiao Yuanshan was sent flying backward. His face was swollen, and his teeth fell to the ground. Because his front teeth had been knocked out, the First Elder could not even speak properly. Sect Master, why did Li hit me? Xiao Yuanshan was puzzled. I hit you. Humph. Not only am I going to hit you today, I'm going to kill you. Tang Ritian kicked Xiao Yuanshan again. Tang Ritian directly sat on Xiao Yuanshan's body and began to attack. He swung his big fist in a circle, as if he was hitting rice cake. Each punch was fiercer and more powerful than the last. Bang 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 bang. Xiao Yuanshan's body was sent thousands of meters underground. Tang Ritian only stopped when he was tired. In the Xiao family, everyone was scared silly when they saw this scene. They stood on the spot, and did not dare to move. Sect Master, why did Li beat me? Great Elder Xiao Yuanshan's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he was barely breathing. Hit you? I've issued an order not to provoke this expert. One can't cause trouble. What about you? I'll commit both of them. Tang Ritian roared as Xiao Changtian's portrait appeared in his hand. Eat, the one from before? When the Great Elder saw Xiao Changtian's portrait, he instantly understood. It's good that you understand. Tang Ritian's voice turned cold as he slapped the head of the Great Elder again. The Great Elder was dead. Don't kill me, ah. Don't kill me. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming was so scared that he peed his pants. A foul smell came from under his body, and he crawled on the ground in a panic. There's no need for the Xiao family to exist anymore. Conniving at power and bullying the weak. I thought your Xiao family was dedicated to the people. Tang Ritian snorted coldly and disappeared in an instant. A moment later, a mushroom cloud rose above the entire Xiao family. From then on, the Xiao family was removed from Wushuang City. Taking advantage of this time, Tang Ritian killed all the elders in the sect who were involved in this matter. That was why the Heavenly Sun sect released the news that they had already exterminated the evil Great Elder and the Xiao family. After doing all this, Tang Ritian dared to return to the resting place of Xiao Changtian and the others. Meanwhile, in the Bai family, Master Bai was ready to fight to the death. His daughter had left, and the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sun sect had been injured. The entire Bai family would be the target of the Grand Elder's anger. The Bai family was on the brink of death. Patriarch, let's fight. Yes, that's right. I'm a member of the Bai family when one live, and I'm a ghost of the Bai family when I die. We're not afraid, but we'll die standing. In the Bai family's courtyard, impassioned voices sounded. All right, let's fight. Master Bai's tone was firm. He knew that Li Taibai's master was a peerless expert. His daughter would be safe with Li Tianbai, so he let it go. At this moment, he held the long saber in his hand tightly, waiting for the Heavenly Sun sect's revenge. Old Master, something bad has happened. Master, something big has happened. Butler Bai ran in a panic, panting heavily. Are the people from the Heavenly Sun sect here? Master Bai gripped his long saber even harder. When everyone heard Butler Bai's report, their hearts trembled. Although they were not afraid of death, everyone was still afraid. No, it's the Heavenly Sun sect, Butler Bai hurriedly said. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the Bai family's secondary staple food. It really is the Heavenly Sun sect. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. Everyone from the Bai family shouted. No, it's the Heavenly Sun sect, Butler Bai hurriedly explained again. There's no need to say anything, Butler. My Bai family won't be afraid. Bai Ling Shuang's uncle said. Yes, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. The Bai family continued to echo his words. Butler Bai was speechless. Can you guys let me finish? Butler Bai roared. Everyone in the Bai family's courtyard finally quieted down. However, Master Bai interrupted him again. Don't say any more. I understand. After all these years, the two of them have feelings for each other. Even in the Yellow Springs, we will still be brothers. Butler Bai was speechless. You know nothing about hammers. Master, the Heavenly Sun sect has already dealt with the Great Elder Xiao Yuanshan and destroyed the Xiao family. But, Bai finished his sentence in one breath, not giving anyone the chance to interrupt him. How is it? Are you surprised? Butler Bai laughed. When the Bai family heard this, they fell silent. Looking at the silent crowd, Butler Bai thought that everyone was shocked and began to dance. The good news was that the Bai family was saved. However, the head of the Bai family and the stewards all sighed. Butler Bai has done his best for my Bai family for so many years. One didn't expect him to go crazy in the end. Hey, you two, send Butler Bai back to his hometown. We can't let him die. Otherwise, it'll be the Bai family's injustice. Master Bai sighed and ordered the two of them. Yes, the Bai family's assistant Food, and the Bai family's younger brother nodded, and carried Butler Bai out of the backyard. Chapter 154. Chapter 154. The Great Elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox Race arrives. _1. Chapter 154. The Great Elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox Race arrives. _1. But very quickly, Deputy Manager Bai and the other two brought Butler Bai back. Master, what Butler Bai said is true. Everyone on the streets was discussing this matter. Patriarch, well, no, once we go out. The two of them were extremely excited. The Bai family's head frowned. A person had gone crazy. He had really gone crazy. But the three of them were talking about this matter. Could it be true? Master Bai gripped the knife in his hand tightly and walked out of the Bai family's courtyard. Master Bai, why are you holding a knife? The Xiao family has been destroyed. Go and watch the show. Passerby greeted. Really? The Xiao family has really been destroyed. Master Bai listened to the noise on the street. How could he not understand that this was true? That's great. Hurry up and chase after the young miss. Don't let them escape. The Bai family master hurriedly ordered. They returned to the resting area. Senior, said Tang Ritian hurriedly to Xiao Changtian. The Sun sect has already dealt with the Great Elder. The Xiao family has also been destroyed. Now we can return to Wushuang City. Tang Ritian smiled sheepishly as cold sweat trickled down his back. He was afraid that Xiao Changtian would destroy the Sky sect in the future. Oh, there's such a thing. Xiao Changtian was stunned. Yes, indeed. That muddle-headed sect leader of the Heavenly Sun sect only realized it now. Tang Ritian lowered his head in shame, not daring to face Xiao Changtian again. He deserves to be punished. Xiao Changtian nodded. Hearing this, Tang Ritian was shocked and sat down. However, in the end, he was able to turn back and resolve the matter perfectly. It can be considered to have been handled well. Xiao Changtian continued. Tang Ritian, who was sitting on the ground, heaved a sigh of relief. He was almost scared to death just now. Hey, why are you sitting on the ground and sweating so much? Xiao Changtian turned his head and saw Tang Ritian sitting on the ground panting. I'm fine. I'm just tired. Tang Ritian quickly shook his head and stood up from the ground. Xiao Changtian frowned. He thought about it and realized that old Tang had been the fastest. It seems that old Tang's body is weak and needs to be nourished. Forget it. When we return to Peerless City, I'll give him a prescription. Xiao Changtian thought. At this moment, the messenger from the Bai family arrived. Under the leadership of the Bai family, the group of experts rushed back to Wushuang City. Daughter. Father. Bai Ling Shuang and the Bai family head hugged each other. Their eyes were sparkling. Li Tianbai wasn't the only one suffering these days. His parents were also having a hard time. But now he finally got the moon. All right, why are you crying on such a joyous day? Tai Bai, Master will make the decision for you. 3 days later, it will be an auspicious day. Xiao Changtian smiled. Thank you, Master. Li Taibai said excitedly. Thank you, Senior. Bai Ling Shuang blushed and nodded. 3 days passed peacefully. Xiao Changtian woke up early and went to bed early every day while Mu Jihuang fed the divine beast. During this time, the experts all asked Xiao Changtian for a painting or something. Xiao Changtian didn't reject anyone. These people were all good people. Even if he knew that there were cultivators, he still dared to step forward to help. What was a mere calligraphy painting to him? Also, old Tang, your body is a little weak. This is an aphrodisiac pill I refined. Take it. You need this more than painting. Xiao Changtian whispered. However, the people present were all top experts of the continent. How could they not hear it? Everyone was covering their faces and laughing secretly. Yes, Senior. Tang Ritian blushed, but he couldn't refuse the things given by his senior, so he silently put them away. Under everyone's strange gazes, Tang Ritian returned to his room. However, it would be a waste if he didn't take it. He directly swallowed the yang-strengthening pill, given by Xiao Changtian. In an instant, he almost turned into a sun. I am at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. My has been completed. So easy. Tang Ritian's face was filled with disbelief. The aura of his breakthrough was naturally captured by the experts. So that's what Senior's aphrodisiac pill means. I also want one. Therefore, during these 3 days, many experts had asked Xiao Changtian for an aphrodisiac pill. Xiao Changtian didn't expect that even the cultivators in the cultivation world needed pills to maintain themselves in this era. Unlike him, who slept early and woke up early, paid attention to exercise, and was full of energy every morning. Stop. Stop, 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 stop. Xiao Changtian immediately agreed, and spent some effort to make hundreds of yang strengthening pills. Everyone thanked him, and began to cultivate in their rooms to break through. On the same day, a middle-aged man in silver armor also landed outside the Bai family. It's good that those trash are dead. I'll do it myself. Su Daji, you must come back with me this time. The middle-aged man was the great elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Within the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the second elder, Ghost Fox, and Tian Chang's soul jade plates had shattered, which made him extremely furious. He couldn't even bring back Su Daji, a soul formation stage ant. In his rage, he locked onto Su Daji's aura, and came to the victorious East Continent. Senior Sister Irin, Sister Lingshuang's wedding dress is really beautiful. Su Daji held Chu Irin's hand. The two of them had just returned from shopping. Yeah, I want to wear it too. Chu Irin looked expectant. The two of them held hands and skipped back to the Bai family. Suddenly, Su Daji's expression changed. He sensed the fox race's first elder's aura, and immediately stopped in his tracks. Not good, first elder is here. Su Daji's face darkened. The terror of the great elder had been deeply imprinted in her heart. She could not defeat him. Flee, Su Daji, one sensed you. The great elder also sensed something and slowly walked towards Su Daji. However, at this moment, Wang, one after another, the aura of a breakthrough appeared as though it was drinking water. Each aura suddenly rose one after another. Each aura was extremely powerful. 9th level Tribulation Transcendence. How can so many people break through to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm? The first elder sensed the aura of many 9th level Tribulation Transcendence experts, and stopped in his tracks. Based on his senses, there were at least 100 9th level Tribulation Transcendence experts here. Irin, what are you doing here? Senior is still looking for you. Maniac Chu walked out. Maniac Chu? The sect master of the Beast Tamer sect? When did he transcend the 9th level of the Tribulation realm? Seeing Maniac Chu, the first elder's face turned pale. The Beast Tamer sect was the unified enemy of the demon race. The first elder was extremely clear about Maniac Chu's realm. However, Maniac Chu in front of him gave him an extremely dangerous aura. Chapter 155 Chapter 155 Su Daji becomes her master lie. Chapter 155 Su Daji becomes her master lie. Maniac Chu. First elder looked at Maniac Chu with a hesitant expression. The Maniac Chu in front of him actually gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This was the natural alertness of the fox race, which had helped him escape many fatal crises. But he was puzzled. He did not understand why Maniac Chu could break through to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm in such a short period of time. The 9th stage of the Tribulation Transcendence did not require money. A few months ago, the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm was the peak of the Tianyuan continent. Great Elder, what are you doing? Maniac Chu naturally noticed the fox race's first elder as well. A cold expression flashed across his face. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was a member of the Demon clan. Especially the first elder. He had yet to settle the score for massacring the Beast Tamer sect's disciples back then. Humph. The great elder snorted coldly. His dangerous instinct told him not to fight with Maniac Chu. However, he felt that it was still possible to take Su Daji away in front of Maniac Chu. Seizing the moment when they were unprepared, he would take them by surprise. The great elder's expression turned grave. 8 tails appeared behind him and attacked Maniac Chu. However, Maniac Chu ignored him. Maniac Chu summoned his subdued beast. It was a huge rhinoceros. The scales on the rhinoceros body were tight and delicate, emitting a cold light. With the breakthrough of the medicinal pill, the rhinoceros also arrived at the 9th stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Ding 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 ding. The first elder's handle and tail landed on the back of the armored rhinoceros like raindrops, but they did not cause any damage. Don't even think about leaving today. The hatred of the beast tamer sect disciples from before can be settled. Maniac Chu stared at the great elder and said angrily. The armored rhinoceros let out a furious roar. That rhinoceros horn seemed to be about to pierce through the sky as it stabbed towards the nine-tailed fox race's first elder. Not good. First elder's expression changed as he sensed the terrifying killing intent contained in the iron rhinoceros horn. Immediately, the first elder's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. This was because he sensed that other than Maniac Chu and the armored rhinoceros, there were more than 109th level tribulation transcendence experts who were about to walk out in unison. He walked out of the courtyard in front of him. What happened? What a huge commotion! Xiao Changtian walked out with the white tiger in his arms and asked curiously, Senior, the destruction of the world is only because the rhinoceros I raise has gone crazy. Maniac Chu patted the armored rhinoceros, and the armored rhinoceros quickly pretended to be crazy. I'll bring him down now. Don't let him hurt anyone. Maniac Chu led the armored rhinoceros and retreated. The others were staring at Su Daji. After breaking through to the 9th stage of the crossing calamity stage, everyone's cultivation had advanced further, and their understanding of the laws had become more profound. With one glance, they saw through Su Daji's identity. However, Su Daji came with her senior, so no one dared to offend her. However, being stared at by a group of experts, Su Daji knew that her identity had been exposed. Senior, I'm actually a vixen. I lied to you. Su Daji knelt down. In front of so many experts, it was not a good idea to continue pretending. It was better to just admit it. Confess your identity, and let Senior make the decision. Vixen? One no, right? So what if she was a vixen? Don't belittle yourself. Everyone was born equal. There was no difference in status. Immortal cultivators look down on us ordinary people, but we mortals can't look down on ourselves. Don't say that in the future. Xiao Changtian helped Su Daji up. Previously, when he called Su Daji a vixen, he was praising her figure and did not mean anything bad. Why was this girl talking about herself? This won't do. The other experts were stunned when they saw that Xiao Changtian didn't pursue the matter. So what if she's a vixen? Everyone is born equal? There's no distinction between high and low. Senior, do you mean that we humans and demons can coexist? An expert couldn't help but ask. The human race and demon race seem to have been irreconcilable existences on the Tianyuan continent since some unknown time ago. They both wanted to exterminate each other. How could they coexist? Everyone couldn't help but look at Xiao Changtian. What's wrong with that? Why can't humans and demons coexist? You people, don't be influenced by those cultivators outside. Xiao Changtian shook his head. Seeing that everyone was still confused, Xiao Changtian continued to explain. There are good people and bad people in the human race. The same goes for demons. There are good demons and bad demons. Good people won't harm people, and good demons won't harm people either. If they don't harm people, why can't they live together? There is only a difference in information between the human and demon races. Everyone listened on the side with a thoughtful expression. Everyone was a top existence on the continent and held a high position. They naturally understood the key points. But Senior, it's precisely because of this information gap that our two races have already accumulated a deep grudge. We're like fire and water, reaching the point where we can't tolerate each other. How do we solve this? Taoist Nebula stood up and asked. Isn't that easy? Let's find a middleman. For example, we can find a member of the demon race and let him understand the true intentions of the human race. Then we can go back and change the entire demon race. Wouldn't that be over? Xiao Changtian said lightly, even though it would take a long time. However, as long as he did not give up, he would succeed one day. The cultural integration of the Blue Star had already proved this point. I see. Everyone nodded and looked at Su Daji with a profound gaze. So that was how it was. No wonder Senior had a vixen by his side. It turned out that Senior had already set up a trap for the human and demon races. Senior is righteous. Everyone bowed to Xiao Changtian. Even Su Daji's heart skipped a beat. No wonder. No wonder Senior was such an expert. He should have seen through his identity long ago, but Senior never mentioned it. It turns out that Senior actually treated me as an important existence between the human and demon races to turn hostility into friendship. Thinking of this, Su Daji could not help but feel a sense of pride. Previously, his goal was to take revenge. But what about after revenge? She had never thought about it before, but now she knew. She had a greater goal to look at. However, he was lonely and weak. His cultivation was still low. What should he do? Su Daji was confused again. Her eyes were drifting, but the moment she saw Xiao Changtian, her eyes suddenly lit up. She had found the lighthouse to move forward. Senior, only Senior, acknowledging Senior as his master, can do all of this. Thinking of this, Su Daji knelt down with a thud and hit the ground heavily. Only by taking a master like Senior as his master could he achieve all of this. A heavy and firm voice rang out. Senior, Su Daji requests to acknowledge you as her master. Chapter 156, Chapter 156. Return to the North Barren Continent to get married. Or head to the Central Heaven Continent to open a bookstore. _I. Chapter 156. Return to the North Barren Continent to get married. Or head to the Central Heaven Continent to open a bookstore. _I. Su Daji requests to acknowledge you as her master. Su Daji's firm voice rang out. Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. He was going to take her as his master just like that. I haven't thought of how to fool him yet. Bah! How could he use his 18 martial arts skills to conquer Su Daji? Now Su Daji had become her master. However, with so many people around, shouldn't he be more restrained? Thus, Xiao Changtian imitated a mysterious tone and said, In that case, I'll reluctantly accept it. From now on, you are my 6th disciple. Yes, sir. Su Daji was overjoyed and quickly thanked Xiao Changtian. Thank you for taking me in, master. Your disciple will definitely not let you down. Su Daji's expression was firm. Since her master had set a goal for her, it was a great plan for the coexistence of the human and demon races. She had to work hard in this direction and never slack off. All right. Xiao Changtian nodded his head. His disciple's perception was very high. He was very good at talking. In front of so many people, he had given himself enough face. Congratulations to Senior for taking in a disciple. Senior is really righteous. All the experts congratulated him. Their Senior was an expert, yet he had taken in such a disciple. The future of the human and demon races of the Tianyuan continent was bright. If that day really came, the overall strength of the Tianyuan continent would rise another level. Days. They lived peacefully. During this period, the system's reward arrived. This time, the system gave him a golden arowana, a charm technique, a blade catching skill, and a sword strike. He even generously gave her a pill this time, saying that it could make a weak person stronger. After thinking for a while, Xiao Changtian gave charm to Su Daji, and caught a blade with bare hands to Di Wuzheng. Xiao Changtian gave Li Taibai the one sword hit, and the pill. Tomorrow was Li Taibai's wedding day. With a single strike and the help of pills, Xiao Changtian felt that his advice was enough. It's just that the name of this cultivation technique is a little too lame, although the Earth Dog Fist is also very lame. Xiao Changtian complained. The 3 disciples took the cultivation technique and were shocked. Su Daji realized that the ancient cultivation method of the 9-tailed fox tribe was only a small part of the charm technique. Di Wuzheng was wondering if he could block Li Taibai's attack with his bare hands. As for Li Taibai, he didn't think too much about it. He only knew that this was a peerless sword technique, and was incomparably terrifying. As for the pill, it was absorbed by Elder Yin in the ring. Elder Yin could even condense a phantom soul, and no longer needed to rely on the ring. As expected, that Senior already knew of my existence. Elder Yin said leisurely. The night passed. The next morning, the sound of gongs and drums was extremely lively. This was Li Taibai's big day. In the sky, Neon lights flashed as rows of cranes flew under Maniac Chu's command. The streets were brand new, with all kinds of pearls and agates, shining with jewels and jewels. What was most surprising and enviable was the fact that over 200 experts congratulated him in unison. This was a unique existence on the Tianyuan continent. The lively and festive atmosphere of the wedding lasted for a full day and night. Xiao Changtian felt gratified when he saw his disciple getting married. However, it was also sour. Yi Fan was married, and so was Li Taibai. Most importantly, these two disciples were younger than him. For a moment, Xiao Changtian felt empty in his heart. I remember now. One have a fiancé. Suddenly, Xiao Changtian's expression became serious. His eyes lit up. He had a betrothal. That was what his father, whom he had never met before, had set for him. Until now, he had never seen his fiancée. Xiao Changtian's heart skipped a beat. He was not young anymore. If he was on the blue planet in his previous life, he would have reached the age where his parents urged him to get married. Previously, she was too poor to get married. His experience on the blue planet in his previous life made him understand that marriage without money was really impossible. But now his bookstore was open. The North Barren Continent, West Bull Continent, and East Victory Continent were not only thriving, but they were also selling well. They were simply making a lot of money. Xiao Changtian didn't dare to imagine that he could have so much money. With money and a few disciples, Xiao Changtian felt that he could consider his marriage. After all, this stupid system was very unreliable. Who knew when this stupid system would open the path of invincibility for him? Xiao Changtian felt that it was better to be safe. However, we are currently in the victorious East Continent, which is the closest place to the Central Heaven Continent. If I go to the Central Heaven Continent to open a bookstore first, then one can go back. Xiao Changtian was conflicted. However, he looked at the old hen coiled on the ground, Alpha playing chess, and the green-haired turtle riding on top of Fatty Rongrong's head. There was also the kitten he was carrying, the monkey on the tree, and the ants in the grass. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly. We can't earn enough money. We can't be too greedy. We'll leave tomorrow and return to the North Barren State. Xiao Changtian made his decision. As long as life was beautiful. Another night passed. The next morning, Xiao Changtian left with the turtle and the other demon beasts, as well as Daoist Big Sun, Yi Fan, and the others. As for Li Taibai, he stayed. When I'm newly married, I should be able to focus on the relationship between husband and wife, and nurture the next generation. Under the guidance of Daoist Big Sun, everyone arrived at the transmitting formation of the victorious East Continent. Everyone, thank you for your help this time. Xiao Changtian looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. Senior. The group of experts bowed to Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian sat on the teleportation array and returned to the northern wilderness. The Northern Barren Continent is so good, the familiar taste of home. After Xiao Changtian returned from his travels, he felt like it was a lifetime ago. It seemed like that small courtyard was his home. He could only find a place to live there. Mo Tianji, the master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, as well as perfected Zhongxian, and the elders of the heaven-building sect, bid farewell to Xiao Changtian and returned to their own residences. Xiao Changtian also returned to the courtyard. In the pond of the small courtyard, a fish covered in golden-red scales was swimming wantonly in the pond. Master, this is... Mu Jiahuang stared at the golden arowana in the pond and felt her sea of consciousness tremble. A golden nine dragon soared into the sky and let out a thunderous roar. The golden color bared its fangs and brandished its claws, summoning the wind and rain. It was as if the myriad worlds in front of him were particles in the desert. Terrifying. It was incomparably terrifying. This was a divine dragon, the legendary divine dragon. It's just a golden arowana. From now on, you'll be called Golden Dragon. Change your name to Happy. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Xiao Changtian's Fiancé 1. Chapter 157, Xiao Changtian's Fiancé 1. It's really strange. After leaving for a few months, the house is still spotless? Those craftsmen from before are quite good, Xiao Changtian said lightly. He thought that it was because of the arrangement of the buildings by the craftsmen. Mu Jiuhuang smiled and didn't say anything. He only looked at the chicken coop and the pond. Which one of them wasn't in existence like an ancient forbidden land? After he broke through to the Mahayana realm, he felt that Senior's courtyard was even more terrifying. I'm tired from the journey. I'll take a rest first. Jiao or help yourselves. Xiao Changtian hugged the white tiger and went to sleep. The rest of the people chose their own rooms. A few hours later, Xiao Changtian woke up in a warm fragrance. He sniffed and smelled a faint fragrance. It seemed to be coming from the woman's body. It's not Jiaoer's scent, nor is it Chuiren's scent. Strange, who is it? Xiao Changtian stood up and stretched his muscles and bones. Cracking sounds came from his muscles and bones. This period of time is indeed very tiring. Xiao Changtian smiled. He didn't notice that the kitten in his arms was frightened. Walking out of the room, he saw a figure. It was a woman in a long white dress. She had a graceful figure, and was sitting in front of a stone table. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she was quiet and sweet. It was as if he had come from the immortal realm. His entire body emitted a kind of ethereal and unfathomable immortal aura. And you are? Xiao Changtian walked over with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know this beauty in front of him. Could it be that he was here to look for someone else? I'm your fiancé. Xiao Changtian had just sat down when the woman opposite him said gently. Her voice was clear and beautiful, like the spring water in the mountain stream, or the chirping of birds in the forest. It was extremely pleasant to the ears. My fiancé. Xiao Changtian was stunned. Where did his fiancé come from? Could it be the one that her father, whom she had never met before, had reserved for her? What's your name? Xiao Changtian asked. He remembered that his deadbeat father had once told him in a letter that his fiancé's family was all surnamed Lin. Lin Ruomiao. The white-robed woman replied indifferently. Her voice was calm, as if her expression had not changed for 10,000 years. Although she's beautiful, if she becomes an actress, she'll definitely be criticized for her bad acting skills. Xiao Changtian thought. After confirming the identity of the other party, Xiao Changtian said, Miss Lin is here. Do you want to cancel the engagement or discuss the engagement? Xiao Changtian explained the two situations. After all, this was the world of cultivation. What was the standard of a transmigrator in the immortal cultivation world? Breaking off the engagement. Even though he was a transmigrator, he didn't think it was a big deal to break off the engagement. It was already the year 9012. Times had changed. However, in order to avoid awkwardness, Xiao Changtian still said it. Although the woman in front of him was very beautiful, he did not feel moved. He did not have any emotional foundation. He guessed that the woman opposite him was the same. Neither. My father has already prepared everything. We're getting married tomorrow. Lin Ruomiao opened her mouth. Her tone was still the same, without any change, like a pool of stagnant water. So direct. Quote. Xiao Changtian was stunned. He didn't know how to respond. This wasn't how novels were written. It should be tyrannical president instead. When did it become an exchange of identities? No. Just as Xiao Changtian was in a daze, Chuiren ran out. She shouted. Why not? We have the orders of our parents and the words of a matchmaker. Lin Ruomiao's expression didn't change as she retorted. No, it's just, I can't. You have to respect Senior's wishes. I can't let you do whatever you want. Chu Iren pouted and placed her hands on her waist, feeling very uncomfortable. Why? He was clearly the one who came first, all right? I think we should delay this matter. We should have a good talk. Xiao Changtian said. I am one such a casual person. You can do whatever you want to me just because you're pretty. Dream on. If one go to your house, wouldn't that be marrying into your family? Wouldn't that be a live-in son-in-law? Why should he be a live-in son-in-law? Others are the strongest son-in-law. or invincible son-in-law. If I, a mortal, marry into your family, I will really become a useless son-in-law. No, absolutely not. Unless you marry over. When she heard Xiao Changtian say no, Lin Ruomiao's face, which had not changed at all, showed a trace of anxiety. However, it only appeared for an instant. Alright then, let's discuss it. You can state any conditions you have. We'll get married tomorrow. Lin Ruomiao said again. The cold voice kept ringing in her mind. She didn't have that much time. If he delayed any longer, his entire Lin family would lose their lives. At this moment in the Lin family, he was surrounded by a group of women. If Xiao Changtian was here, he would be able to recognize that they were the lady boss of the Happy Red brothel. They occupied the entire Lin family. There was a pink light flickering in the eyes of everyone in the Lin family. Clearly, they had lost their minds. No, absolutely not. Xiao Changtian naturally felt the urgency in Lin Ruomiao's tone, and refused again. In his previous life, although he was not married, he knew a lot. If a woman suddenly wanted to marry him, she would either accept it or accept it. He was an honest man, but he could not be bullied like this. There was something fishy about this marriage. What do one have to do to make you agree? An anxious look appeared on Lin Ruomiao's face. This time, she was really anxious and she had already shown it. No. Xiao Changtian wanted to say no. However, the system notification sounded. Ding! The system's voice was like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Changtian was stunned, opening the body tempering path. Wouldn't that mean that he could refine his body? This was a good thing. I agree. Xiao Changtian immediately agreed. The other party was looking for someone to take over anyway. When the time came, he would clean himself up and not have sex. Then they would part ways. It was just right. After all, the Tianyuan continent wasn't like the ancient times of the Blue Planet. It was normal for women to remarry. You agree? Hearing Xiao Changtian agree, Lin Ruomiao's face revealed a happy expression. Come to the Lin family tomorrow. Everything is ready. Lin Ruomiao stood up and bowed to express her gratitude. Then, she bid farewell and left the courtyard. Senior Yu agreed. Chu Iren's expression darkened. It was as if the sound of a broken heart rang out. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Xiao Changtian opened his eyes. Chapter 158. Chapter 158. Why is he so hard? _I. Chapter 158. Why is he so hard? _I. Outside the courtyard, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard. It was extremely lively. Most of the residents in Great Sun Town were mortals, and the Lin family was no exception. The Lin family's bridal escort team of more than 100 people had already arrived outside the small courtyard and were waiting quietly. On the treetops, a beautiful figure was sitting there. Who else could it be but Chu Iren? Chu Iren didn't sleep the entire night. She sat on a tree outside the courtyard. She had already prepared herself to be a concubine when Senior got married. In the cultivation world, it was normal for a man to have multiple wives. Xiao Changtian got up, and Mu Jiuhuang handed him a hot towel and breakfast. Yi Fan was chopping firewood. Wang Miaoshe was studying the flowers and plants in the small courtyard. Jiang Beichen and Diwu Zhang's swords clashed, producing clanging sounds. The turtle and the golden arowana each occupied a foot in the pond. Everything was so beautiful and peaceful, just like Xiao Changtian. It was a good thing to be able to start body refinement. If he could obtain the indestructible body of Vajra before opening the path of invincibility, he would be able to live longer. Perhaps he could really survive this stupid system and wait until the day he opened the path to invincibility. Guy, please get on the sedan chair. The Lin family's butler walked in and said respectfully. Xiao Changtian nodded and sat on the bright red bridal sedan. It was only when he entered that he saw Chu Iren hiding in the room. Why are you here? Xiao Changtian looked at him in confusion. Senior, I've never been in a bridal sedan chair before, so one came to give it a try. It's so fresh. Chu Iren's face reddened when she was discovered. She averted her gaze and came up with a random excuse. You can't mess around. Even if one want to break off the engagement later, you must have the proper etiquette. When you reach the Lin family, you must quickly sneak down. Xiao Changtian reminded. Senior wants to break off the engagement. Chu Yiren's eyes lit up. If Senior broke off the engagement, wouldn't she be the main wife and not a concubine? That's right. There's something fishy about this marriage. Leave quickly and don't get involved. Xiao Changtian analyzed. I see. Senior, don't worry. 1 foot 11 inches go down once we reach the location. Chu Yiren's eyes lit up. Since Senior did not want to get married and was pretending, then he would wait for Senior to come out. What was the big deal? Besides, the Lin family made me stay up all night, so why can't one be sad and jealous? They all say that weddings are very lively. One can go and take a look. Chu Yiren thought to herself, but on the surface, she nodded seriously, pretending to be extremely obedient. Young master, who are you talking to? Butler Lin asked curiously outside the palanquin. Nothing, one was talking to my cat. Xiao Changtian pinched the back of the white cat's neck, causing the white cat to cry out. Oh, Butler Lin nodded. Soon, Xiao Changtian arrived at the Lin Manor in a sedan chair. The Lin Manor was also in Dayang Town. However, it was not the same street. Therefore Xiao Changtian, who used to be an otaku, was not familiar with this street. Lin Manor is also a rich family. Xiao Changtian walked down from the sedan chair and looked at the Lin mansion in front of him. It was a magnificent mansion with green bricks and black tiles. One look, and one could tell that it was a super wealthy family. It even seemed that he did not have much wealth compared to the West Bull continent's king. However, the Wang family's Wang Jingtian was an immortal cultivator. A bloated man stood outside the door with a smile on his face. Nephew Xiao, quick. Your father and one have been engaged for 20 years, but the two of you haven't done it yet. Great. Now that you and Ruo Miao are married, one can finally rest assured. Lin Yuanshan, the head of the Lin family, said sincerely. Yes. Xiao Changtian nodded and walked into the small courtyard. There was a sea of people. In the bridal sedan, Chu Yiren turned into a blur, and with a whoosh, she leaped over the Lin family's courtyard wall. Hee, it's a piece of cake. Chu Yiren chuckled. It is indeed easy. In the next moment, a sudden voice rang out. In front of Chu Yiren, a few women, emanating powerful auras, immediately detained Chu Yiren. Chu Yiren was speechless. Who are you? Chu Yiren struggled and asked. However, he did not receive any reply, and was directly thrown into the woodshed. We can't let outsiders ruin our plan. One of the women with a curvy figure said coldly. Chu Yiren was speechless. Sob. Senior, I was wrong. I should have listened to you and run. Chu Yiren was locked up in the dark woodshed. She regretted it. A day of toasting made Xiao Changtian dizzy. However, with the help of the Lin family's little person, they entered the wedding room. Enter the bridal chamber. Butler Lin's deep voice sounded. Xiao Changtian walked into the room in a daze, and immediately fell asleep. He fainted. You can come out now. Lin Ruomiao said coldly. The next moment, the lady boss of Yihong restaurant walked out. Well done. As long as you kill him, we'll let the Lin family off. The lady boss of Happy Red Brothel took out a pitch-black dagger. There were inverted scales and barbs on the dagger, and there seemed to be black blood flowing inside. All right. Lin Ruomiao nodded, and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. The lady boss of the Happy Red Brothel stared at Lin Ruomiao. She held an escape talisman in her left hand, and a crystal ball in her right hand, recording this scene. She had received the order from her lord to grind the monarch transformation pill into countless portions, and melt them into the wine. Then, he used a bewitching technique to control a 10,000th of the nerves of the Lin family to ensure that they wouldn't be noticed. They all toasted Xiao Changtian and got him drunk. After Lin Ruomiao confirmed that Xiao Changtian was unconscious, she dared to come out. As for the divine white tiger, it had long been lured away by the hundreds of black-robed men in the dark chamber. As long as he used this emperor-slaying saber to stab down Even ancient emperors would die. The skeleton god had already told him that Xiao Changtian could only be a survivor of the Low era. Stab down. The lady boss voice was vicious as she stared at Lin Ruomiao. Lin Ruomiao nodded and looked at Xiao Changtian on the bed with a hint of guilt in her eyes. After you die, I'll go down and accompany you, Lin Ruomiao said apologetically. Then, she steeled her heart and held the handle of the knife with both hands. She aimed it at Xiao Changtian's chest and stabbed it. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Lin Ruomiao's body swayed, and the short knife in her hand fell to the ground. I can't stab in. His body is so hard. Just like steel, Lin Ruomiao said in surprise. Could it be that the transformation monarch had yet to fully display its power? 1 foot 11 inches stab him. The lady boss frowned. She felt that the transforming monarch had not fully displayed its power yet. The divine white tiger was about to return, and he couldn't delay any longer. Therefore, the lady boss picked up the knife and stabbed down. What is it? Why is he so hard? Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Lin Ruomiao fainted out from exhaustion. Chapter 159. Lin Ruomiao fainted out from exhaustion. The lady boss exclaimed. That stab contained terrifying true essence. It was almost all the power she had. She was also an expert in the tribulation transcendence realm. However, it pierced Xiao Changtian's chest. It was as if he had stabbed into metal. The black dagger only cut through Xiao Changtian's clothes, but it didn't go into his skin. No, why is it so hard? There was no reason. The monarch transformation pill has already taken effect? The lady boss was shocked. Roar! At this moment, a roar sounded from within the Lin mansion. That was the roar of the white tiger. You continue stabbing. Don't stop. Otherwise, the entire Lin family will die. Even if we let the Lin family off now, we will return in the future. The lady boss ordered. She pinched the spatial talisman in her hand and disappeared instantly. Yes, Lin Ruomiao could only obey. How could a mortal fight with an immortal cultivator? I'm sorry, Xiao Changtian. Lin Ruomiao picked up the short knife and continued to stab. As for the Lin family, they had all died long ago. They had been killed by the people in the dark chamber. The people from the secret chamber of darkness had always been ruthless. How could they leave anyone alive? The white tiger roared. The assassins in the dark chamber, who could not escape in time, were all killed by her. Only then did he enter the room. In an instant, she saw Lin Ruomiao stabbing Xiao Changtian's chest with a black knife. Roar! The white tiger roared angrily. Its terrifying pressure that could destroy the universe instantly enveloped Lin Ruomiao. All! Lin Ruomiao shrieked and fell to the ground in fright. Yao Yao! Demonic beasts? As a mortal, Lin Ruomiao couldn't help but be scared by the divine white tiger. The white tiger raised its paw and wanted to slap Lin Ruomiao to death. However, it looked at Xiao Changtian and put down its paw. The white tiger felt that it was better to wait for its master to wake up before dealing with him. Just like that, the white tiger stared at Lin Ruomiao. Lin Ruomiao held the black dagger and knelt on the edge of the bed, not daring to move. At the same time, in Daong Town, the people of the Red House went to take control of the building overnight. The lady boss of the Happy Red Brothel led all the people in the dark chamber to retreat and hurriedly rushed back to the dark chamber. Master, the assassination failed. That person's body is as hard as metal. There's no way to attack him. The emperor slaying saber didn't work. The lady boss knelt on the ground and said hurriedly, What did you say? Could it be that he did not swallow the monarch transformation pill? The man wearing the white skull mask asked in confusion. The emperor transformation pill was indeed effective. That person had already fainted. Even if one tried to assassinate him, he did not resist or attack me. The emperor transformation pill is indeed effective. The lady boss promised. Strange. He was an ancient emperor, and after consuming the emperor transformation pill, there was actually no effect? It shouldn't be. If we don't get rid of this person, he'll be a great threat in the end. A portion of the Tian Yuan continent's karmic luck has been stored in the Dark Castle. Let's create a crack in the door of antiquity first. The skeletal man said indifferently. Since he couldn't kill them, he would let an ancient emperor of the same level do the killing. If one didn't work, then two. It was still very easy for two existences of the same realm to hunt for missions of the same level. At night, it was as quiet as water burying the blood. In the restless darkness, those who wanted to destroy were restless. Until the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone down and dispelled the darkness. Lying on the bed, Xiao Changtian felt the warm sunlight on his face. He rubbed his aching head and woke up. He opened his tired eyes. Chan Na opened his eyes, and the white tiger shrunk back into a white kitten. Meow meow meow. The white tiger crawled to Xiao Changtian's ear and called out softly. Xiao Changtian rubbed the white tiger's head and sat up. But the moment he sat up, he was stunned. He saw Lin Ruomiao holding a black dagger in her hand. She was sitting on the edge of the bed with a terrified expression and was trembling. Are you trying to kill me? Xiao Changtian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stood up and took 2 steps back. Hearing Xiao Changtian's voice, Lin Ruomiao finally reacted. White tiger, white. She looked in front of her in panic, but suddenly realized that the white tiger in front of her had disappeared as if it seemed to have turned into the obedient white cat in Xiao Changtian's hand. Lin Ruomiao was stunned. What was going on? That was a great demon. Even the cultivators from before were afraid of it. Why? Why did such a terrifying tiger demon turn into a little white cat and jump into Xiao Changtian's arms? Why? Could it be? Lin Ruomiao's face suddenly became frightened as she looked at Xiao Changtian. Last night, even if the Xiaxianists attacked, they couldn't hurt Xiao Changtian at all. She was suddenly shocked. An extremely terrifying thought arose. Xiao Changtian was also a cultivator, a very powerful one. He was even more powerful than those who threatened the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Ruomiao hurriedly stood up and explained. One was forced by the Xiaxianists. One had no choice. Lin Ruomiao cried and cried. However, Xiao Changtian didn't believe it. Even if he was forced by the immortal cultivators, they would still want to kill him. He was an ordinary person who had no strength at all. It would not be good if he was injured. Run. Xiao Changtian only had this thought in his mind. He would only be safe if he ran back to his own courtyard. Xiao Changtian strode out of the room. Lin Ruomiao saw Xiao Changtian walk out and quickly caught up with him. This matter needed to be explained clearly. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Xiao Changtian walked even faster. This was really self-righteous. Xiao Changtian sped up his steps and fled. Lin Ruomiao saw that Xiao Changtian was walking even more happily and chased after him with all her might. You run, I chase. The two of them continued to accelerate and soon arrived at the front courtyard of the Lin family. Only then did the two of them stop in their tracks. In front of him, there were corpses all over the ground. From the Lin family's master to the Lin family's servants, there was actually not a single person who had been silenced. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. When Lin Ruomiao saw this scene in front of her, she was scared silly. As if he had been struck by lightning, he staggered and fell to the ground. The black dagger in his hand was also thrown far away. Father, mother. Lin Ruomiao burst into tears. Why? Didn't you say that you won't hurt my family? Why? Lin Ruomiao looked as if she had gone mad. Her hair was disheveled all of a sudden. Because she was extremely sad, she screamed until she had no strength. Her face was pale and she fainted. Chapter 160 Xiao Changtian looking for guards. The birth of an ancient emperor. Chapter 160 Xiao Changtian looking for guards. The birth of an ancient emperor. Xiao Changtian was confused as he looked at the situation in the courtyard. How could he not understand that the Lin family was really under the control of the immortal cultivators? Lin Ruomiao was also threatened by the Xiaxianists, which was why she wanted to assassinate him. But why didn't I die? Why didn't the immortal cultivators do it themselves? Isn't it easy for the immortal cultivators to kill me? Xiao Changtian frowned. He was puzzled. He felt that he had to figure this out. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. What happened? Xiao Changtian lifted Lin Ruomiao up and placed her on the table. Then he took off his coat. And then, he covered Lin Ruomiao's body. He then used the communication jade talisman, given by the Great Sun Immortal, to contact him, and asked him to bring a few disciples down the mountain to the Lin family. On the one hand, it was to bury the Lin family. On the other hand, it was for his own safety. There was the shadow of the immortal cultivators behind this matter. Immortal cultivators are so terrifying. He was just a mortal. How could he dare to offend him? After doing all this, Xiao Changtian walked in the courtyard. He was thinking about who was attacking him, because he didn't think he had offended any immortal cultivators. Besides, he was just a mortal. If the immortal cultivators really wanted to kill him, why would they set up such a trap? It was simply taking off his pants and farting an unnecessary move. This matter was definitely not that simple. Why exactly? Xiao Changtian's face was filled with worry as he rubbed the white cat's body. Looks like I still have to combine the detective theories from my previous life. As Xiao Changtian thought about it, the image of a child in a blue shirt appeared in his mind. There are many motives for killing people, but in summary, there are only a few. First, it's robbery, not robbery. Third, there's hatred and conflict. Xiao Changtian thought about it and felt that the third condition could be ignored. He was just a mortal, well-behaved, honest, and didn't dare to get into conflict with anyone in the real world. Other than beating the servant of the Xiao family with a turtle. After all, in the fantasy world, no one could have imagined that after beating the small ones, the old ones would appear. Xiao Changtian always remembered that he was just a mortal, a rookie. He had to live a low life until the end of time, until the system opened the path of invincibility for him. As long as he opened the path of invincibility, who would he be afraid of? As for lust, that's impossible. Although I'm indeed handsome, and loved by everyone. Even the readers in front of the screen will say, "Isn't he as handsome as me?" However, one made sure that one didn't do anything last night, and that I'm still a virgin. Then we can only rob them. A bookstore. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian was shocked. His bookstore had opened from the North Barren State to the West Bull State, and even had a branch in the East Victory State. He had already earned a lot of money. There must be people who were jealous. It must be those illegal peddlers who bought the Water Army assassins and came to destroy him. As long as he killed himself, there would be no new books in the bookstore. The old readers would get tired of reading them. By then, Changtian bookstore would be deserted. That must be it. The more Xiao Changtian thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. It seems that from today onwards, one will have to hide in my own courtyard and not come out. He also needed to strengthen the defense of the small courtyard. Xiao Changtian pondered. The Great Sun Immortal and his disciples also rushed over in a hurry. Perfected Zhongxian and the other two also followed. There was meat to be eaten by working for Senior. They played a game with Senior. Senior only gave them opportunities. The three of them were now at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Under Xiao Changtian's command, the disciples of the Great Sun sect buried the Lin family and built a tomb. At the same time, he brought Lin Ruomiao back to the courtyard. Then he looked at the Great Sun Immortal. Perfected Great Sun, how many disciples do you have? I'll pay you to hire you. Recently, someone wants to kill me, so my safety needs to be guaranteed. Xiao Changtian said solemnly. You're safe. The Great Sun Immortal was slightly stunned. Taoist Zhongxian and the others at the side spat out the tea they had drunk. Senior was joking again. What's wrong? Is my tea not good? Xiao Changtian was confused. Senior, no, the tea is delicious. We just choked. Perfected Zhongxian hurriedly explained. That's right. I choked. Yes. Perfected Qiongcheng and Perfected Ba Shan hurriedly replied. Xiao Changtian frowned. He choked on water? or the three of them together. However, the most important thing now was to hire immortal cultivator guards. Perfected great son, I'm serious. Do you know any experts? I'll pay a high price for them to be my guards. Xiao Changtian said solemnly. Is there? Perfected De Yang had a look of defiance. In front of a senior, who would dare to call themselves the former? However, since senior wanted to play again, he couldn't not cooperate, right? Yes, but some of them are wandering outside, and some are in seclusion. I'll go out and contact them. Senior, take a look, and see if you have any requirements. The great son immortal asked cautiously. Request. As long as he has a good character and is strong, it's enough. At least he's about the same as you, but he can't be too far off. Xiao Changtian replied. The great son immortal was an expert. He had never seen an immortal cultivator stronger than the great son immortal. In order to ensure his own safety, shouldn't he at least get close to the immortal De Yang? All right. The great son immortal nodded. After a few discussions, the great son immortal and the others left. As for the disappearance of Xiao Changtian's guards, it instantly spread throughout the entire continent. Senior is looking for guards? 1 foot 11 inches go. You bastard, are you stronger than me? Worthy of being senior's guard. Senior's guard must be of the same rank as me. Fuck, I have a bad temper. If I'm not happy, let's fight. The same scene played out in several continents. Being a guard for senior, it must be that senior wants to play some game again. Playing games with senior, there will be supreme opportunities in the future. The sect leaders were fighting to the death. The disciples were shocked and thought that it was a competition between the major sections. For a moment they were in a panic. At the same time, in a foggy place, blue smoke shrouded everything, making it impossible to see clearly. There was a huge ancient stone door there. There were bloodstains on the stone door. The bloodstains squirmed on the stone door, giving it a ghastly appearance. At a certain moment, an invisible force bombarded the stone door, causing a crack to appear on the stone door. In the middle of the crack, a stream of light flew out. Ha ha ha, I'm back. Chapter 161 Chapter 161 Guard Selection Meeting. Chapter 161 Guard Selection Meeting. Two figures passed through the blue fog and layers of confusion. They stood on the boundless sea like immortals. One of them was wearing a gray robe, had a big belly, and was barefooted. However, his feet were as big as a basin. A wine gourd hung from his waist. The other person had a delicate and pretty appearance, similar to Di Wu Zheng's beauty. However, he gave off the feeling that he was hiding a knife in his show. It was dangerous, like a poisonous snake. In his hand, he held a flower of 10 colors and placed it on his nose, intoxicated. I've returned to the familiar Tianyuan continent. However, these ants probably don't remember my domineering name anymore. Don't you think so, Yin Jiufeng? The barefoot emperor looked at Yin Jiufeng. When he saw a gust of wind blowing past, he subconsciously moved further away. Yin Jiufeng was a famous poison emperor. That 10-colored petal was extremely dangerous. I want to return to my holy land first to pay my respects to the ancient people. At the same time, one want to see where those juniors have fallen to. After Yin Jiufeng finished speaking, he disappeared like a light ghost. This person is like a sissy. The barefoot emperor watched Yin Jiufeng leave. He picked up the wine gourd at his waist and took a sip. Then he said to the void, "Don't worry, I, the barefoot emperor, will keep my word. I'll help you kill that person." In the courtyard, Lin Ruomiao woke up, but her eyes were empty and her mind was distracted. She sat in the room as if she had lost her mind. He only muttered, "Why?" It was as if he was in a daze. Xiao Changtian looked at Lin Ruomiao and could only wait for her to slowly recover. After all, his family had been destroyed overnight, and he had lost everything. Anyone would have gone crazy. However, this matter had something to do with him. The person who secretly harmed her wanted to kill her, so she went to Lin Ruomiao. During this period of time, he would let Lin Ruomiao slowly recover in his courtyard. As for the matter of hiring security guards, Immortal De Yong had already replied to him this morning, telling him that he could pay the money this morning. Daoist Big Sun is quite efficient. You must thank him properly, and give him a few more paintings. As Xiao Changtian thought about it, he came to the courtyard and picked up the phoenix feather brush. He started to write on the paper again. The brush moved like dragons and snakes, and a few wild cursive strokes appeared on the paper. At the same time, he recalled that when the enlightened person of the Great Sun was fighting with the expert from the Heavenly Sun sect of the victorious East Continent, a sun seemed to have risen behind him. Xiao Changtian created another picture of the rising sun. Jiu'er, accompany me to the Great Sun sect. Xiao Changtian asked Mu Jiuhuang to bring a few paintings with her. Cheng Yang was already waiting outside the door. Senior, master told me to wait here. Cheng Yang was extremely respectful. Xiao Changtian nodded and boarded the spirit ship again. Not long after, they arrived at the Great Sun sect. Brother Big Sun, let me tell you, my family has a high-grade purple jade that can absorb the yang qi of heaven and earth to help you break through. Big Brother Big Sun, why do you want purple jade? I have a spirit vein here. As long as you recommend me, I'll immediately offer you 100 spirit meridians. You people are just trying to bribe perfected Great Sunday. How vulgar. Old Brother Great Sun, given our relationship, I brought you a 10,000-year-old ardent yang fruit. Quickly accept it. A group of people surrounded the Great Sun Immortal and chattered. The previous sect leaders all wanted to be Xiao Changtian's guards. However, they were all eliminated by the Great Sun Immortal. The reason was that he had previously acted as a mortal, and now he was acting as an immortal cultivator, which would make the senior unhappy. Therefore, the people in the Great Sun sect were either the vice sect leaders or the great elders. As long as they could arrive, they were all experts with a cultivation level of the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm or above. Silence. Being surrounded by the crowd, Daoist Big Sun felt his head buzzing. Everything would have to wait for Senior's judgment. Take the seniors and wait there. The Great Sun Immortal instructed his disciples. Seniors, please. The disciples of the Great Sun sect spoke respectfully to the expert, who was going through the tribulation. Little brother, your bones are amazing. One have a dragon marrow pill here. Quickly take it. It can help you break through. Little brother, you haven't found a Tao companion yet, right? Let me introduce one to you. Take this spirit vein. Your future will be boundless. This is the cultivation technique of a first-rank sect. I don't teach it to outsiders. Senior, this is your painting of a beautiful lady. Oh, I took the wrong one. This is the one. Quickly take it. When the experts saw that they could not bribe the Great Sun sect's perfected one, they started to bribe the disciples of the Great Sun sect. Those disciples wanted to refuse, but they were directly forced to accept by the tribulation transcending expert. Senior has arrived. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone saw Xiao Changtian, who was descending from the spirit ship. Senior, choose me as your guard. Senior, I'm very fierce. I guarantee that not even a mosquito can fly in. Senior, not only can I guarantee that mosquitoes won't fly in, I can also warm your bed. Senior, choose me. The crowd was like a tidal wave of graduates looking for a job. They were all holding their hands high. Xiao Changtian was speechless. Why did cultivators call him senior? Could it be that even immortal cultivators would lose their jobs? Even an immortal cultivator had been involved to this extent. The inner scroll was really terrifying. Xiao Changtian rode the spirit ship and landed in the direction of the Great Sun Immortal. Look, these are all powerful immortal cultivators. Their strength is above mine. The Great Sun Immortal said respectfully to Xiao Changtian. Sure, Xiao Changtian nodded. Anyone with the strength of the Great Sun Immortal was very powerful. He did not expect that there were actually so many people, all of whom were above Daoist Big Sunday. He simply could not believe it. However, one don't need so many guards. At most, 4 will be enough. Xiao Changtian said lightly. The price of a powerful immortal cultivator was definitely not cheap. There was no need for so many people to protect him at the same time. and he did not have that much money. Then let's begin the selection. What do you think? We can select the strongest 4 from so many people? The great sun immortal asked in puzzlement. Sure. Xiao Changtian nodded. This was a good idea. Upon hearing the word screening, everyone present was instantly excited. This was a competition of strength, and no one was afraid. However, the selection needs to set a rule. The elders will be in one group, the females in one group, and the rest in one group. Xiao Changtian said lightly. The grouping was very important. He felt that these 4 guards should be more balanced. They should be older and more experienced. The female guards should have sharper senses. The remaining 2 should be stronger. He had always said that when he watched movies and TV shows on Planet Blue. Chapter 162. Chapter 162. 1 book per person, I'll let you kill. Chapter 162. 1 book per person, I'll let you kill. Time. _I. All the immortal cultivators present lined up and divided into 4 groups according to Xiao Changtian's request. Senior, should we let them fight next? The great sun immortal asked. The vice sect leaders and great elders were rubbing their fists. Some of them had even taken out pills, spiritual treasures, and swords. There's no need. Everyone here is a powerful immortal cultivator. There's no need to fight. Then let's choose randomly. Xiao Changtian picked up a light sword in front of him and placed it on the ground. He rotated it casually, choosing whoever the tip of the sword touched. A total of 4 times, Xiao Changtian chose 4 people from the 3 groups. The older group was the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Heaven Secrets Pavilion in the Central Heaven Continent, Emoshingu. The women's team was the Deputy Leader of Nining Gate, Yin Jiangyan. One of the remaining 2 was the Vice Sect Leader of the Wind Lightning Sect, Gan Tianlei. The other was the head of Nebula Sect, Renqing Tianzi. Alright, just the 4 of you, Xiao Changtian said lightly. Yes, sir. The 4 of them were overjoyed. It was a supreme opportunity for them to become seniors guards. They could not ask for it. The remaining experts all felt pity. After choosing the guard, Xiao Changtian naturally expressed his gratitude to the Great Sun Immortal. If it weren't for the Great Sun Immortal, how could there be so many immortal cultivators guarding his courtyard? Perfected Great Sun, these are a few paintings. Xiao Changtian said indifferently as he gestured for Jiu to hand over the painting. Yes. The Great Sun Immortal's face lit up, and he hurriedly accepted it. Senior was generous, giving him a few paintings as soon as he made a move. Senior's previous Nanming Primordial Fire painting was already heaven-defying, let alone these few paintings in front of him. Taoist Daong was ecstatic. As for Emoshingu, Yin Jiangyan, Gan Tianlei, and Xing Tianzi, who were chosen to be guards, they all looked forward to it. As long as he guarded the courtyard for Senior, he could also obtain the reward given by Senior. The 4 of you, let's go. Xiao Changtian looked at Xing Tianzi and the other 3 and said lightly. Then, he brought the 4 back to the courtyard and began to discuss the matter of wages. Partake. JPG. As Xiao Changtian and the others left, the experts present stared at the paintings in the hands of the Great Sun Immortal like wolves and tigers. Perfected Great Sun, I haven't gotten married yet today. It's just 30,000 years. If you don't mind, let's become Tao companions. A beautiful expert at the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm was the first to stand up. 3rd-year female student carry a gold brick. 3rd-year female student, rank among the 3,000 celestials. Perfected Great Sun, find someone like me who has lived for 3,000 years. I guarantee that you will be like a deity in the future. One by one, the beautiful experts pounced towards the Great Sun Immortal. The group of male cultivators at the side were envious. It was good to have a good relationship with a senior. Single dog crying oh. Xiao Changtian didn't know about this. Back in the courtyard, Emoshingu, Xing Tianzi, Yin Jiangyan, and Gan Tianlei sat on the stone bench, not daring to move. They saw several powerful auras staring at them. There was a black tortoise as tall as the sky, a phoenix burning in the endless fire domain, and a black dragon. A divine dog that used stars as a chessboard and devoured the sky and moon. An ant that came out of the chaos and shattered space. There was a white tiger that shattered the galaxy, a giant golden dragon that soared through the 9 heavens and made the heavens submit to it, and a giant dragon that was like a dragon, a spiritual monkey that had been created from the heavens and the earth. Each of them was an extremely terrifying existence. In front of the majestic divine beast, they had no power to resist at all. They only felt like a lonely boat in the vast sea, and they could be torn apart by the hurricane and countless elements at any time. "Please have some tea," Xiao Changtian said lightly. As his voice fell, the terrifying aura of the divine beast disappeared. "All right." The 4 of them raised their teacups and took a sip. They were extremely shocked. There were actually so many divine beasts in the senior's small courtyard. Each and every one of them was incomparably terrifying. However, with a single sentence from the senior, the laws and aura of the divine beasts were suppressed. Senior's realm was simply unimaginable. "Now let's discuss the wages." Xiao Changtian spoke again. Although the Changxing bookstore was sold well hotcakes now, 10,000 taels of gold could only be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. The number of spirit stones used by immortal cultivators every day was incomparably large. His Changxing bookstore might not be able to survive. No. The great sun immortal has discussed with us that after the matter is done, he will let us admire his Li Fire painting. Emo Xinggu hurriedly shook his head. The others also echoed. Being able to follow such a senior was already a great opportunity for them. How could they dare to ask for any salary? "Li Fire diagram? You guys like calligraphy and paintings too?" Xiao Changtian was stunned. No wonder so many people in the Great Sun sect fought to become his guards and called him senior. It seemed that these cultivators liked calligraphy and paintings. Emo Xinggu and the others hurriedly nodded. Senior's calligraphy and paintings contained supreme opportunities. Just by visiting them once, one could comprehend the laws of higher opportunities. There are plenty of calligraphy and paintings. I'll draw one for each of you now. Xiao Changtian stood up and said. The cultivators who came to guard his courtyard did not need any pay. They were only here to take a look at his calligraphy. This request must be fulfilled. Xiao Changtian took out the xian paper and picked up the brush. 4 paintings appeared on the table. 1 for each person, just right. Xiao Changtian said with a faint smile, his face filled with satisfaction. These paintings were all at the level of great success in painting. Thank you, senior. When they saw Xiao Changtian's painting, their faces were filled with joy. They were all immersed in the painting. Among them, different Dao runes made them addicted, unable to extricate themselves, and trapped them. Looks like these people are really painting enthusiasts. They're fascinated by it. Xiao Changtian smiled and didn't stop them. In any case, he had hired 4 people to guard the courtyard, because he was afraid that the hidden Xiaxianists would go crazy and assassinate him. There are 4 people in each person's strength. All are stronger than the great sun immortal. Their own safety should be safe and sound. However, there would always be a time when they got tired of looking at paintings. He would write 4 novels from his previous life to kill time. As Xiao Changtian thought about it, he walked back to his room and began to write down the memories from his previous life. After an hour, Xiao Changtian took out the draft. With his calligraphy skill, he could write very fast. Come, each of you take a book and read it. Xiao Changtian walked out of the room and placed 4 novels in front of the 4 of them. Each of them had a book to kill time in the boring life of the guards. Chapter 163, Chapter 163. Lin Ruomiao becomes Master Lai. Chapter 163. Lin Ruomiao becomes Master Lai. Days. They lived peacefully. With the protection of 4 Xiaxianists, Xiao Changtian felt much safer. But during this time, he still chose not to go out, and his morning walk had been cancelled. If she didn't exercise in the morning, she would naturally choose to sleep in. Xiao Changtian also missed this feeling. However, he was used to sleeping early and waking up early every day, so he was not used to sleeping in. Early in the morning, He decided to come out and breathe some fresh air. Morning. Xiao Changtian walked out of the room and greeted Emoshengu and the other three. Although he had already said that there was no need to stand guard outside, Emoshengu and the others insisted on standing outside the courtyard. Xiao Changtian felt that these 4 people were very dedicated. Good morning, senior. Emoshengu, Xing Tianzi Yin Jiangyan, and Gan Tianlei heard Xiao Changtian's voice and greeted him. The 4 of them had concluded a set of array formation after last night's research. It was a set of formations that came from the novel and combined with the map of the 4 people. This array formation is too terrifying. We've only grasped the surface, but it's already so powerful. It's simply unfathomable. Senior is really too terrifying. He actually used such a method to teach the 4 of us a formation. It must be because Senior feels that we're too weak, and that it's difficult for us to complete the task of guarding the courtyard. Let's practice harder and not disappoint Senior. The 4 of them used their primeval essence to communicate. Then he moved around the courtyard. I have to say, if I hadn't participated in it, I wouldn't have been able to tell that this was an array formation. One would only think that it was a guard patrolling. Emoshengu said in a deep voice. Outside the courtyard, the formation formed by the 4 of them was silently unfolding. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian wanted to do a set of broadcast gymnastics to warm up his body. Suddenly, with a creak, the door to Lin Ruomiao's room was gently opened. Lin Ruomiao walked out of the room with disheveled hair and completely lost her fairy aura. How did you recover? Xiao Changtian still wanted to ask Lin Ruomiao if she had thought it through. However, he swallowed his words. Lin Ruomiao fell to her knees in front of Xiao Changtian. Please take me as your disciple. I want revenge. Lin Ruomiao knelt on the ground. Her voice was hoarse and her eyes were filled with determination. In the room, she had already thought it through. The ones who killed her Lin family were those bad people. Since Xiao Changtian was an immortal cultivator, he would take Xiao Changtian as his master and learn the path of immortal cultivation. Then, he would be able to kill his enemies and take revenge on the entire Lin family. Hearing this, Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. The determination in Lin Ruomiao's eyes was not fake. But why did Lin Ruomiao want to acknowledge him as her master? If she was Lin Ruomiao, there was only one thing in her heart right now: revenge. However, the person who killed the Lin family was an immortal cultivator. He was just a mortal and could not help her take revenge. What did Lin Ruomiao want to do? I beg you, please take me as your disciple. Seeing Xiao Changtian hesitating, Lin Ruomiao begged again. Xiao Changtian was the only Xiaoxianist she could come into contact with. You'd better calm down during this period of time. Xiao Changtian shook his head. He felt that Lin Ruomiao had a mental problem, which was why she had taken him as her master. Moreover, he had a husband and wife relationship with Lin Ruomiao. Of course, it was only on the surface. However, now that the Lin family had just been destroyed, it was not appropriate for him to propose breaking off the engagement at this time. I beg you, please accept me as your disciple. No matter what the price is, I can bear it. Lin Ruomiao saw that Xiao Changtian was about to leave, so she grabbed his pants and didn't let him leave. She had no choice now. She had to kill her enemy with her own hands. Xiao Changtian looked at Lin Ruomiao and shook his head. No matter what decision Lin Ruomiao made now, it was all driven by hatred. It can't be true. In order to prevent Lin Ruomiao from doing anything extreme, Xiao Changtian nodded and agreed. All right, I'll take you in as my disciple. Then, I'll use my identity as master to order you to return to your room and rest. Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice. All right, master. Lin Ruomiao nodded and agreed. Her entire aura suddenly became cold and callous. She slowly got up and returned to her room. Xiao Changtian looked at Lin Ruomiao and shook his head. He smiled bitterly in his heart. What sin did he commit in his previous life to provoke this strange woman? Xiao Changtian was helpless. He turned around and went back to his room. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding! Detected that the host has triggered the disciple recruitment mission, and accepted Lin Ruomiao as the seventh disciple. What is this? Xiao Changtian was stunned for a moment, and the system actually agreed to his disciple Lin Ruomiao's transfer. Then from now on, Lin Ruomiao was his disciple. From fiancé to newlywed wife, then to disciple. It was simply full of bad points. He already did not know how to complain. Xiao Changtian had no choice but to accept this reality. However, he was extremely satisfied with the system's reward this time. Body tempering +1. Did it mean that his body had become stronger and harder? Is there any reference value? Xiao Changtian asked curiously. He wasn't familiar with body tempering. Ding! And quote. The system notification sounded again. 2. Only this much. It's too dangerous. One still can't go out and walk around. Xiao Changtian shook his head. He felt that it was too low. With such physical strength, even a mortal could hurt him. A full score of Lu, and he only had 2 points. It was dangerous, too dangerous. Especially now that there were immortal cultivators who wanted to assassinate him. What Xiao Changtian didn't notice was that at the bottom of the system, there was a line of golden words that was so small that it was difficult to see clearly. Physical strength, level 5. However, this line of words was very small. So small that it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Xiao Changtian walked to the deck chair and started to feel melancholic. Sai, when can I cultivate? Outside the courtyard, Emo Shingu and the others naturally heard Lin Feng's sigh and were confused. Senior, why are you sighing like this? This was abnormal. Wasn't Senior already standing at the peak of the immortal Tao? Yin Jiangyan asked in confusion. You don't understand, right? The immortal cultivation that Senior is talking about is not the ordinary immortal cultivation that we use. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion, Emo Shingu, said. Could it be that Celestial? The sect leader of Nebulous Sect Xing Tianzi was also stunned. Chapter 164. Chapter 164. Mutation of the Demon Race. Chapter 164. Mutation of the Demon Race. Listening to Emo Shingu and Xing Tianzi's questions and answers, Yin Jiangyin and Gan Tianlei, who didn't know the truth, looked at them with confusion and curiosity. What are you two talking about? Was there any special meaning to cultivating immortality? Yeah, don't hide it from me. Yin Jiangyin and Gan Tianlei asked at the same time. When they heard Xing Tianzi emphasize the word immortal, they felt something was wrong. The word immortal was extremely ethereal, unfathomable, and difficult to detect. Could it be that there was something else they didn't know about? Emo Shingu and Xing Tianzi looked at each other and nodded. Then, Emo Shingu said, the immortal that Senior mentioned is very likely an immortal. In truth, before the fallen emperor era, the immortals were even more powerful than the ancient emperors. Immortals are existences that can ascend and obtain the recognition of the immortal world's will. According to the legends, there are countless planes in the heavenly planes, and each plane can only have one immortal. Immortals are powerful existences that have gathered the fate of the lower realm and are invincible. After listening to their explanation, Yin Jiangyin and Gan Tianlei were still confused, but they suddenly understood. Immortals were the most powerful existences on the Tianyuan continent. And the Senior was the only immortal on the Tianyuan continent. No wonder Senior is so powerful. Just a random painting contains the great Tao of breakthrough. Even looking at Senior's painting, one feel that one have even glimpsed the great Tao of Mahayana. Yin Jiangyin frowned and said solemnly. Me too. Gan Tianlei nodded. Alright, stand guard seriously. As long as we guard the small courtyard for Senior, there will be many opportunities. Xing Tianzi reminded the 4 people of the sound of the first class of the first class of the first class of the first class of the first class. Everyone was extremely excited. Senior was the only immortal who could ascend. By following Senior, they could even witness the ascension with their own eyes. If they could comprehend a thing or two, they could also ascend. Ascension was the lifelong wish of every cultivator on the Tianyuan continent. Xiao Changtian didn't think so much. He looked at the courtyard and felt that someone was missing. However, he couldn't remember who that person was. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll take a nap. Xiao Changtian closed his eyes and let out a soft snore. In the bamboo forest of the small courtyard, Fat Rongrong hugged a bamboo shoot, saying doubtfully, "Where did that little girl from the beast tamer sect go?" Wuxia. In the Lin family's woodshed, Chu Iren was tied up by the person from the dark chamber with a golden immortal rope. She stayed alone in the dark woodshed, unable to break free from the celestial artifact rope. If I had known earlier, I would have listened to Senior and not gotten involved in this mess. Senior, quickly come and save me. Wuxia. Chu Iren was filled with regret. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes seemed to have appeared. Those eyes shot out a terrifying red light. "Oh, don't come over." Chu Iren cried out in horror. Ever since she was a child, as long as she was in a dark environment for more than 10 hours, her eyes would shoot out red light. Behind those red eyes, there seemed to be endless mysteries. At the same time, an ethereal voice seemed to be calling out to her. "Don't come over." Chu Iren was so frightened that her body curled up and trembled. "Why haven't you come back yet? Come back, come back." The illusory voice behind the pair of red eyes rang out again. Instinctively, Chu Iren leaned against the wall. However, his eyes seemed to sense that Chu Iren was retreating. They turned into a red light and instantly entered Chu Iren's forehead. "Oh!" Chu Iren screamed and suddenly fainted. However, the moment Chu Iren fainted, the ancient statue of the goddess in the highest hall of the Tianyuan continent, the Demon God Temple, suddenly lit up. "Lord Demon God, is that you? Your devout demon people are here. Lord Demon God! Lord Demon God! Lord Demon God!" In the temple, a few demon emperors knelt before the statue of the goddess and chanted devout ancient spells. The statue was rumored to be the goddess of the demon race on the Tianyuan continent, the first existence to ascend to the immortal world. Not long after, the ancient stone statue seemed to have heard the devout prayer of the demon emperor. A green light suffused from the stone statue. "Lord Demon God! Lord Demon God!" Seeing that the demon god stone statue had a reaction, the demon emperors knelt down one after another, extremely pious. "How many years has it been since the demon emperor era?" An ancient and fleeting voice came from the demon god stone statue. Demon emperor era. Under the stone statue, Tiger Demon Emperor and Niu Chongyao looked at each other and saw confusion in their eyes. Obviously, this was an extremely ancient era, but they had never heard of it. Seeing the two demon emperors pause in confusion, the demon god stone statue muttered, "Has it been so long?" Then she asked, "Who is the strongest human being now?" The two demon emperors hurriedly replied, "It's the 9 Phoenix Matriarch." 9 Phoenix Matriarch? What cultivation base? The stone statue asked. 9th stage tribulation transcendence. But one seemed to have broken through to the Mahayana realm recently. Tiger Demon Emperor answered truthfully. "Ehe, if the great emperor doesn't go, a mere Mahayana realm cultivator would dare to call himself an emperor?" The Demon Emperor stone statue sneered, his smile full of contempt. Demon Emperor Hu Li and Demon Emperor Niu Chong knelt on the ground. Sensing the terrifying aura from the Demon Emperor's stone statue, they trembled and dared not speak. Before long, the green light on the statue began to fade. "Forget it. I've come to the Tianyuan continent to ask you to do something," the stone statue said leisurely. "Demon God, please instruct me." Demon Emperor Hu Li and Demon Emperor Niu Chong said respectfully. "Kill someone for me. As long as I find this person, the crystal that I cast with my blood essence will light up. Find that person and kill him. If you encounter any unexpected situation, drop a drop of your blood essence on the crystal, and you will be able to summon my clone. Help me kill that person, and one will give the monster race a good fortune." After the Demon Emperor stone statue finished speaking, the green light disappeared completely. Instead, a green crystal appeared in the hands of Tiger Power Demon Emperor and Green Bull Demon Emperor. The crystal was extremely regular, in the shape of a rhombus. At this moment it was still dim and dull. "Yes, sir." Hu Li and Niu Chong respectfully sent off the Yao God, before looking at the crystal in their hands. Who do you think the demon emperor wants to kill? The will of a demon emperor had returned to the Tianyuan continent? Tiger Demon Emperor asked in confusion. I don't know, but this person should be related to the demon emperor. Niu Chong guessed. Chapter 165. Chapter 165. Chapter 165. You read the freaking ancient. Chapter 165. Chapter 165. You read the freaking ancient. Emperor? _I. At night. It was as quiet as water. The moonlight was like a thin veil, spreading over the small courtyard. At this moment, a figure quietly appeared. The person was big-bellied and wore tattered cotton clothes. A wine gourd hung from his waist, and his feet were bare. He was floating in the void. It was the Barefoot Emperor. This should be the place. The Barefoot Emperor looked at the map in his hand, and compared it carefully before placing it down. A pair of bare feet landed on the ground, and the ground in front of the small courtyard was directly blasted into a huge pit. The aura around the Barefoot Emperor was overwhelming and murderous. He had already observed that there were only 4 ninth-stage Tribulation Transcendence ants in front of the small courtyard, and they were trampled to death with a single step. Who is it? Sensing the killing intent, the 4 of them instantly arrived in front of the small courtyard. They joined hands and set up an array barrier to cover the small courtyard, blocking out the sound from outside and ensuring the seniors sleep. Hee hee, you 4 little fellows. When one became a martial monarch realm expert, you were still little tadpoles. Listen up, 1 a.m. The Barefoot Emperor. The Barefoot Emperor said with contempt. Barefoot Emperor? Never heard of it. Emoshingu and the other 3 looked at each other and shook their heads. They had never heard of it before. I'm from an era, which should be the ancient era you're talking about, which is before the fallen emperor era. Of course, you ants have never heard of me. If you don't want to die, kneel down obediently. One can spare your lives. The Barefoot Emperor sneered. Great Emperor? An ancient emperor? You. Xing Tianzi looked at the barefooted emperor and shook his head. Although the person in front of them had a higher cultivation level than them, they did not feel a very dangerous aura. At most, he was a Mahayana cultivator. You don't know what's good for you. The Barefoot Emperor was enraged. He was a grand emperor, yet he was being questioned by a few ants. How could he tolerate this? Immediately, the Barefoot Emperor kicked out. A huge shadow of a foot appeared in the sky. The shadow descended from the sky and was about to kill everyone. Set up the formation. The faces of the 4 people sank. They knew that they were not a match for this person in a one-on-one battle, so they directly used the array formation that their seniors had given them. Hee, what's the use of a formation? In the face of absolute power, a formation is useless. The Barefoot Emperor sneered. So what if it was a formation? In the face of ancient emperors, only formations of the same level would be able to resist them. Otherwise, with this kick, the 4 people in front of him, along with the entire courtyard, would turn into ashes under his huge foot shadow and cease to exist. However, Emoshingu and the others weren't affected by the Barefoot Emperor at all. A mere ancient emperor? In the eyes of this senior, any single divine beast senior would be able to easily crush this ancient emperor. Moreover, senior had even given them an array formation. How could an ordinary person be able to break senior's array formation? The 4 of them stood in front of the small courtyard and moved quickly like afterimages. From 4 directions, 4 colors of light shot into the sky, forming pillars of light. 4 pillars of light suppressed the 4 directions. It directly sealed the space. In an instant, the huge golden foot shadow was instantly sealed. Come down. Gon Tianlei, the vice-sect leader of the Thunderwind sect, appeared behind the Barefoot Emperor and punched at the back of the emperor's head. You dare! The barefooted emperor was furious and was about to kill Gon Tianlei. However, he suddenly discovered that the space around him was completely locked. He wanted to stop the heavenly lightning attack, but his true essence was stagnant, causing his movements to be slow. Bang! Gan Tianlei's punch landed on the back of the barefoot emperor's head. The barefooted emperor was instantly knocked out and fell to the ground. Tie him up. Xing Tianzi took out a trapping formation Dharma treasure and trapped the barefoot emperor in a cage, rendering him immobile. 15 minutes later, the barefoot emperor woke up. In front of him, four people stared at him coldly. All of you, what kind of formation is that? The barefooted emperor was both embarrassed and angry. He was a great emperor, yet he was captured by a group of juniors who were like ants undergoing tribulation. Fortunately, no one knew. If this were to spread, his reputation would be ruined. Of course it's a formation that senior bestowed upon us. You call yourself an ancient emperor? You're called an ancient emperor? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Gan Tianlei stared at the barefooted emperor and said disdainfully. His punch had landed squarely on the back of the barefoot emperor's head. You! The barefoot emperor was infuriated by Gan Tianlei's taunt, but he was speechless. If he had to face it again, he would still be unable to break through the confinement of the mysterious array formation. Thus, the barefoot emperor chose to remain silent. However, a great emperor was a great emperor after all. Although he couldn't attack for a short period of time, the barefoot great emperor was still accumulating strength. You say you are an ancient emperor? Then where did you come from? Emoshingu stared at the barefoot emperor Pan and asked. The person in front of them was indeed powerful. If it wasn't for the array given to them by the senior, the four of them would probably have lost their lives to this person. The Tianyuan continent was filled with experts other than the seniors. Since when was there an ancient emperor? After the fallen emperor era, weren't all great emperors dead? The others also reacted. This was a crucial question. Emoshingu noticed the problem and got busy. The barefoot emperor was stunned. He didn't dare to answer this question. If he did, it would be equivalent to exposing the door of antiquity. The other great emperors wouldn't let him off. I lied to you. How am I an ancient emperor? I'm just an ordinary Mahayana realm cultivator. The barefoot emperor smiled awkwardly. Not honest. Gan Tianlei raised his fist again when he saw that the barefoot emperor was not telling the truth. You impudent. The barefoot emperor was furious that Gan Tianlei was going to use violence against him. Did the great emperor have a bad temper? In the next moment, the barefoot great emperor's voice rang out. You're called the barefoot emperor? Or an ancient emperor? Glowing heavenly thunder was addicted. This was the first time he had beaten up an ancient emperor like this. Awesome. Don't go too far. The barefoot emperor continued to resist as he threw another punch. Are you going to tell me? Gan Tianlei asked again. Just you wait. I'll definitely teach you a lesson in the future. The barefoot emperor continued. Some were smashed down in groups. Then, a series of punches and curses sounded. It lasted for a full 15 minutes. The sound of the fist did not stop, but the curses had already subsided. In its place was a pleading voice. I'm really not the F***ing great emperor. Chapter 166 Chapter 166 Fat, there really are 10 colored flower sly. Chapter 166 Fat, there really are 10 colored flower sly. The barefoot emperor collapsed. He was a grand martial monarch realm expert, so he had to obey his heart. The key was that under the suppression of these four people's array formation, his true essence was stagnant to an extreme. The true essence in his dantian and meridians seemed to be circulating at a turtle's speed. Otherwise, how could he, a great emperor, endure such humiliation? If you don't tell the truth, then don't blame me for soul-searching you. Emoshingu picked up the Tao disc and chanted the ancient incantation of the Tao disc. A black and white yin-yang fish appeared on the Tao disc and stabbed into the mind of the barefoot emperor. Not good. The barefooted emperor's expression changed. He could clearly feel a divine sense piercing into his sea of consciousness, preparing to pry into his memories. Due to the suppression of the formation, even if the barefoot emperor wanted to use his god essence to resist, the effect was minimal. The secret of the door of antiquity could not be leaked. Ha! The barefoot emperor roared and burned his blood essence. In a short period of time, he gathered his divine origin to resist the invasion of his knowledge sea. Then he slapped his chest, and a drop of heart blood flew out. The barefooted emperor used his heart blood to break the magic treasure. Run! The barefoot emperor turned and ran. In just an instant, the barefoot emperor disappeared without a trace. This person runs really fast. Gan Tianlei shouted angrily. The barefoot emperor had fled too quickly, and the four of them were caught off guard. After that, they summoned the 5 elders of the heaven building sect overnight to complete the pit in front of them. The night passed. Everything was as usual, as if nothing had happened. Xiao Changtian got up and sat down in the courtyard for a simple set of radio calisthenics. Then he had a game with Alpha. He was delighted to find that Alpha had improved again. Yi Fan was chopping firewood, fetching water, and farming as usual. He was having a great time. Lin Tingji followed beside Yi Fan. Was she wiping his sweat for him? Wang Miaoshu had been in his room recently, developing a new pill. Jiang Beichen and Diwu were holding their swords, clashing against each other. Su Daji stayed in her room every day, and her cultivation had become more and more profound. Lin Ruomiao seemed to have left the small courtyard these few days, and returned to the Lin Manor. Xiao Changtian looked at his lively little courtyard, which had the aura of life. His heart was filled with gratification. Although this stupid system was unreliable, the disciples it accepted were quite reliable. Except for the 2 who were showing off their affection. Xiao Changtian looked up at the sky. He was in a good mood, and the sky was clear. He recalled that he had once hunted in the East Victory continent, and his heart itched. Disciples, follow me out hunting. Xiao Changtian suggested. Staying at home all day would also make him feel irritated. It just so happened that the immortal cultivators hadn't used any tricks on them in the past few days. With 4 guards protecting them, hunting should be safe. Yes, sir. The disciples stopped their work. Xiao Changtian took out his longbow from his room. Even Shangguan Shui and the others couldn't carry this bow. Xiao Changtian didn't expect Jiu to carry it for him. He slung the longbow over his shoulder, called the 4 guards and brought Alpha. The rest of the animals were left at home, guarded by Lin Ruomiao. The group set off to hunt in the forest outside the Great Sun. At the same time, the barefoot emperor, who had fled far away from the entrance of the small courtyard, fled dejectedly and found Yin Jiufeng. I've already gone to find that person. He's not simple. I fought with him and was on par with him. However, there were many of them, and they used a special array formation, causing me to suffer a little. The barefoot emperor said. Oh, was that so? Lying in front of me? Do you think you can hide it? Yin Jiufeng stared at the tin-colored flower in his hand, and said in a cold voice. I suffered a little. We didn't fight that person. The barefoot emperor was exposed. He knew that Yin Jiufeng could read minds other than using poison, so he changed his words. Merely a loss? Yin Jiufeng refused to give up. All right, I was trapped by a junior's array formation and beaten up by a junior. The barefoot emperor knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. However, you have to keep this matter a secret for me. Otherwise, my reputation will be ruined, the barefoot emperor said. Haha. Yin Jiufeng didn't reply. He just chuckled. All right, I came to look for you this time to ask you to help me stall the array formation. I'll go kill that person. There hasn't been any accident since we joined forces. The barefoot emperor said. Let's go. Yin Jiufeng disappeared like a ghost. The barefooted emperor was delighted. If the 2 of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to kill that person. Lin Manor woodshed. Chu Erin woke up. To her surprise, she realized that the rope around her had been broken into several pieces. Moreover, there seemed to be a tinge of green in his dantian. Her cultivation was originally in the semi-god realm, but now, she was already in the Saint King realm. This is ridiculous, coming home from school, absolutely ridiculous. Chu Erin was by Xiao Changtian's side. so it was normal for her to be able to say a few words of modern folk tales. She pushed open the door of the woodshed and left Lin Manor. As Chu Iran walked out of the room, the green crystal in Tiger Strength's hand began to glow. This direction is the Northern Barren State. That person is in the North Barren Continent. Demon Emperor Hu Li and Demon Emperor Niu Chong were overjoyed. They did not expect that they could complete the task assigned by the demon god so quickly. At that time, the entire demon race would have a great fortune. It was even possible for them to ascend to the upper world. The two demon emperors immediately set off. They were the only ones who knew about this matter, so they did not inform the other demon emperors. As long as the two of them completed the mission, the opportunities that the Tiger Clan and the Ox Clan could obtain would be far greater than that of the other demon clans. Let's go! Hu Li and Niu Chong, the two monster emperors, headed to the North Barren State together. When Chu Iran arrived at the courtyard, she saw that there was no one there. Lin Ruomiao was in the room, and Chu Iran hadn't noticed her. Under Fatty Rongrong's guidance, Chu Iran found out that Xiao Changtian had brought everyone out hunting. I want to go too. Chu Iran's spiritual essence recovered. She summoned the Snow Wolf King and rode on its back. With a flick of her whip, she drove the Snow Wolf King into the forest outside Daeong Town. Not long after Chu Iran left, the Barefoot Emperor and Nine-Wind Emperor arrived. This is the place. The Barefoot Emperor pointed at the courtyard in front of him. Only one person. Are you kidding me? Yin Jiufeng said coldly, as he fiddled with the tin-colored flower in his hand. That shouldn't be. Let's go in. The Barefoot Emperor prepared to break in. But right at this time, the fat Rongrong opened the door of the courtyard, and the green-haired turtle rode on his head, slowly walking out. Fatty, there really is a tin-colored flower. Chapter 167. Chapter 167. Completing the mission. You can ascend to heaven. _1. Chapter 167. Completing the mission. You can ascend to heaven. _1. Hurry up and give the tin-colored flower to my boss. Fatty Rongrong stood up, speaking arrogantly. He knew the person on the left. He came to cause trouble last night, and was beaten up by 4 guards. The one on the right was definitely jackals of the same tribe. Accomplices. Oh, a bear demon, interesting? Staring at the panda, Yin Jiufeng raised the flower in his hand and blew it out in one breath. It was as if 10 different colored pollen was being blown out of the flower, towards Rongrong and the turtle. Do you have to do that? You're going to use your ultimate move right away? The barefooted emperor subconsciously moved further away and sealed his consciousness. Yin Jiufeng was good at using poison, and the most poisonous one was the tin-colored pollen. It could corrode bones and steal souls, and even great emperors would find it difficult to resist. Hehe, anyone who dares to touch my tin-colored flower should die. Yin Jiufeng held the tin-colored flower in his palm, his eyes filled with malice. Ha! We're not human, so we don't have to die. Fatty Rongrong scratched her head with a paw, her face revealing a joyful expression. However, the turtle slapped him on the head and said, Fat, it's not a human but a curse. You can't say that about yourself. Oh, Fatty Rongrong nodded, whatever boss said. Even though he felt that he was not a human, he was an iron-eating beast, the very, very fierce kind. Hehe, it smells good and should be delicious, right? Fatty Rongrong asked. Then eat it, the turtle said indifferently. All right. Fatty Rongrong nodded, standing up, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, opening a huge mouth, revealing sharp teeth like steel. With a sudden inhale, the pollen was swallowed into her stomach. After swallowing it, she licked her lips. It's sweet and delicious. Do you have more? Seeing this, Yin Jiufeng and the Barefoot Emperor frowned. Something was wrong. Even a great emperor couldn't resist Yin Jiufeng's poison. But this panda was fine after eating it. Not good, we might have encountered an iron eater. Yin Jiufeng's face turned cold, and he subconsciously took a step back. The barefooted emperor's face turned cold. In their era, the iron eater was the mount of that person. It was extremely terrifying. Let's go. The two of them looked at each other, and were about to escape. Did this Sea King let you go? Suddenly, the turtle's voice rang out. He was determined to get that tin-colored flower. He still needed to give it to Phantasmal Shadow to complete his great cause as the Sea King. Then, the turtle's body flashed and blocked the two of them. What? The two of them were shocked. They clearly did not expect the turtle to be so fast. Yin Jiufeng and Barefoot looked at each other and attacked the turtle at the same time. An enormous golden foot shadow and a huge wheel formed from tin-colored petals rumbled as they shot toward the turtle. You still dare to show off in front of me? The old dirty turtle chuckled, and then a huge black tortoise Dharma appeared. At that time, a Xuanwu phantom that was taller than the sky had 4 legs that were like pillars that supported the sky. The endless seawater around the black tortoise surged, as if it wanted to drown the heavens. The golden foot shadow and the tin-colored wheel hit the black tortoise Dharma idol and exploded, disappearing completely. Black tortoise. Seeing this scene, the Barefoot Emperor and Yin Jiufeng were extremely shocked. Was this the legendary divine beast Black Tortoise? Your tin-colored flower, this Sea King wants it. The black tortoise stared at Yin Jiufeng coldly. Its tone was dignified and could not be disobeyed. A destructive aura enveloped Yin Jiufeng and the Barefoot Emperor. Yin Jiufeng and the Barefoot Emperor knelt down under the black tortoise's terrifying aura. Hand it over. I'll let you go. Black Tortoise said coldly. Here you go. Yin Jiufeng snorted coldly and threw out the tin-colored petal. The black tortoise caught it in an instant, and the aura that enveloped the two of them disappeared. Run! The two of them turned cold and fled in a hurry. As for the black tortoise, after obtaining the tin-colored petals, he prepared to head to the victorious East Continent. Fatty, let's go! In the forest, the elk ran, the hare jumped, and the birds chirped. It was quiet and peaceful, so beautiful that one could not bear to break it. Aren't there any ferocious beasts? Xiao Changtian remembered that he had hunted a huge black bear in the black forest of the victorious East Continent. It was extremely boring to hunt a few wild rabbits now. At the very least there would be a tiger or a wild ox. Only by roasting such a large ferocious beast would it be enough for everyone to share. Is there any movement? Just as Xiao Changtian was complaining, footsteps suddenly sounded from the forest in front of him. Aaron! Xiao Changtian was about to shoot an arrow when he heard the footsteps of a large animal. However, it suddenly disappeared. Instead, he heard a familiar set of footsteps. Xiao Changtian could tell that it was Chu Iren's footsteps. You little girl. No wonder one feel like I'm missing someone these few days. Where did you go? Xiao Changtian asked. Chu Iren's heart skipped a beat at this question. Senior should know that he was tied up in the woodshed, right? Senior didn't save him, but now he was asking the obvious. Senior was punishing him. Chu Iren lowered her head in shame and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Senior. I should have listened to you and left before entering the Lin family. Chu Iren lowered her head and whispered, afraid that Xiao Changtian would blame her. Xiao Changtian was stunned. Chu Iren followed him in? Then these few days, could it be that he was captured by someone? It was very possible. It's fine. It's good that you're back. Remember this next time. Xiao Changtian said calmly, feeling a little lucky that Chu Iren had managed to escape from the hands of those cultivators. This was a blessing in disguise. Yes, sir. Chu Iren nodded. All right, you guys go play by yourselves. Remember not to run too far. Xiao Changtian ordered. Now that hunting was boring, it was better to treat it as an autumn outing. Everyone agreed and ran around in 2s and 3s to enjoy the scenery. Chu Iren accompanied Su Daji as they went to the back of the mountain to pick wildflowers. Xiao Changtian and Alpha drew a simple chess manual on the stone slab and played with Alpha absent-mindedly. His gaze was still on the longbow. He felt a little regretful that he hadn't been able to enjoy himself when he came out to hunt. He was very unhappy. Sigh, such a large mountain forest. At least there's a tiger, Xiao Changtian said speechlessly. Not far away. Hu Li and Niu Chong, the 2 demon emperors, followed the instructions of the crystal, and arrived in front of the great forest. This direction seems to be the back mountain. Let's go to the back mountain. Tiger Strength Demon Emperor was overjoyed. They were about to find the person that the demon god must kill. As long as they completed the mission, they would be able to ascend to heaven. Ha ha ha. Chapter 168. Chapter 168. Killing a demon god with a single L. Chapter 168. Killing a demon god with a single L. A little further ahead, Tiger Demon Emperor said happily. According to the green light on the crystal, they were getting closer and closer. The two of them kept moving forward, and soon saw Chu Irin and Su Daji picking flowers. This green light is flashing, but it doesn't point to a specific person. Which one should we kill? Niu Chong was stunned. Nonsense, who cares where she is? Kill both of them together, it's foolproof. Tiger Demon Emperor said with a smile. Good idea. Niu Chong nodded. You kill the one on the left, I'll kill the one on the right, one each. Tiger Power Demon Emperor commanded the two of them to transform into their beast forms. A piebald tiger and a wild yak. Roar. Moo. Tiger Demon Emperor roared. Niu Chong roared. The piebald tiger moved like the wind, and the wild yak charged like a cannonball. The two demon emperors were thinking about the goal of ascending to heaven, Chu Irin and Su Daiji. What? Chu Irin and Su Daiji, who were squatting on the ground picking flowers, were caught off guard and couldn't react in time. They turned their heads and saw the two demons. We're finished. The two of them were shocked. It was too late to dodge now. These were two demon emperors, and their strength was far above theirs. It was here. Xiao Changtian, who was playing chess with Alpha, keenly heard the roars of tigers and cows, as well as Chu Irin and Su Daiji's terrified voices. A ferocious beast attacked the two of them. Xiao Changtian stomped his feet and stood up straight. He raised his bow and knocked the arrow. His movements were done in one go. In fact, he hadn't even used a breath's worth of time. With great success in archery, even from 10,000 meters away, you can still be accurate. Xiao Changtian smiled and shot out two arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. The two arrows flew side by side, creating two piercing sounds. Just as the piebald tiger and wild yak were about to collide with Chu Irin and Su Daiji, two sharp arrows shot out like meteors. With a whoosh, two arrows hit the target. Bang! The piebald tiger and the wild yak were hit at the same time. They were sent flying by the huge force of the arrow and nailed to the rock wall of the back mountain. Saved! It's master! Chu Irin and Su Daiji were overjoyed when they saw Tiger Emperor and Niu Chong nailed to the wall. Seeing those two arrows, he instantly understood that his master had made a move. Master is indeed invincible, Su Daiji said with a smile. Of course, Senior is very powerful. Chu Irin chimed in. As for Demon Emperor Hu Li and Demon Emperor Niu Chong, who were nailed to the rock wall, they were shocked. How is that possible? Demon Emperor Hu Li and Demon Emperor Niu Chong looked incredulous. Their inner cores had been pierced by two sharp arrows. No, if this continues, we will die. Hurry up and invite the demon god clone to descend to the mortal world. Tiger Strength Demon Emperor said anxiously. He took out a green crystal and dropped a drop of his blood essence on it. Wang! For a moment, the green gem trembled and burst out with a dazzling green light. The green light condensed and a blurry shadow of a woman appeared. However, the moment the woman's blurry figure appeared, all the beasts in the forest were frightened, and the birds were shocked. What's that? Yin Jiufeng, the barefoot emperor, who was escaping from the small courtyard, naturally saw the woman's shadow in the sky. Just by staring at the woman's phantom, they felt a majestic and vast pressure, as well as a terrifying blow above the laws. This person is from the upper realm. The barefoot emperor and Yin Jiufeng turned pale with fright. In their minds, they suddenly remembered who the person in front of them was. It's a demon god, an existence who ascended to the immortal realm among the demons. That's her clone. The two of them were shocked. Although they were great emperors, It was already difficult for great emperors to resist immortals, let alone existences who had already ascended to the immortal world. Even if it was just a clone, it was not something they could withstand. "Let's go," the barefoot emperor said in a deep voice. Facing such an existence, they could only keep a respectful distance. "Seal it." However, the clone of the demon emperor uttered a cold and ancient voice. As the voice fell, a layer of green barrier suddenly appeared in the space. As the green barrier appeared, the barefoot emperor and Yin Jiufeng were shocked. This was a spatial divine art. The demon god's clone had sealed the entire space. What does the demon god want? The barefoot emperor panicked. He could clearly feel the killing intent of the demon god. Even though the killing intent wasn't directed at him, the space was sealed. No one could stop the demon god. This sealed space would also turn into dust, including them. "Who are you?" Chu Iren stared at the demon god's clone before her, frowning as she questioned it. She felt that the demon god's clone before her seemed familiar, especially its voice. However, she couldn't remember. "You don't need to know this. Just wait for your death." The demon god clone raised his huge palm, gathering dozens of nomological laws in his palm. He crushed Chu Iren like a small mountain. "It's over. This space is about to be destroyed." The barefoot emperor and Yin Jiufeng felt this terrifying might, and their faces were shocked. In front of this terrifying pressure, they could not feel any vitality. On the other side, Xiao Changtian was rushing over. "I killed a tiger and a yak." Xiao Changtian touched his longbow, his face revealing a joyful expression. "Woof woof," Alpha shouted softly, wagging his tail. However, just as Xiao Changtian arrived at the back of the mountain, he saw a bunch of green, ghost-like women waving their hands, seemingly wanting to capture Chu Iren. "This is a ghost." Xiao Changtian was shocked. He had never seen such an existence before. However, Xiao Changtian couldn't just ignore the demon god's doppelganger's giant palm that was about to land on Chu Iren. "Forget it, I'll try my best." Xiao Changtian raised his bow and arrow. He didn't know how to save Chu Iren now. It was too late to run over and take her away. The best solution was to shoot. Whoosh! The arrow on the longbow turned into a shooting star. With a swoosh, it aimed at the forehead of the demon god's clone and shot straight at it. "Die!" The demon god's clone glared at Chu Iren, his eyes filled with killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to destroy Chu Iren's soul. However, at this moment, an arrow that was like a stream of light instantly pierced through the forehead of the demon god's clone. "Ah!" The demon god's clone let out a miserable scream. In an instant, it turned into countless green lights and exploded in this space. How is that possible? The green light dissipated, leaving only a voice of disbelief and doubt in the space. "Are you two okay? What the hell is that?" Xiao Changtian walked over. Chapter 169. Chapter 169. Is the senior the reincarnation of the human emperor? _I. Chapter 169. Is the senior the reincarnation of the human emperor? _I. I'm fine. Chu Iren and Su Daji hurriedly shook their heads. Senior's arrow was truly too terrifying. It actually killed the demon god's clone. That was a demon god. Ancient Fey god. Rumor had it that they had ascended to the immortal world and become true immortals. Even if it was just a clone, it was like a god in front of everyone. No one on the Tianyuan continent was a match for the demon god's clone. This was because after becoming an expert of the immortal world and ascending, the power and laws he grasped far surpassed those of the Tianyuan continent. Before the demon god ascended, he was a super expert who had once ruled an era. What more now? What the hell is that? Xiao Changtian asked in confusion. He had never seen such a ghost before. Its whole body was green and emitting green light, which made him extremely uncomfortable. What the hell? He should be a demon ghost. Chu Iren didn't know how to answer her senior's question. That was the avatar of the demon god. In senior's eyes, it was actually a ghost. Alright, now that this has happened, everyone should be careful. Let's go back now. If any ghost isn't afraid of my bow and arrow, it'll be troublesome, Xiao Changtian said. The green ghost had attacked Chu Iran and Su Daji, and had almost succeeded. The woman now still had Jior. Although the remaining disciples were all strong, they were still lacking compared to the ghost god. There were only 4 Xiaxianists present. With everyone so scattered, it was very likely that something else would happen. Yes, the crowd didn't dare to be negligent. Since Xiao Changtian had spoken, they gathered at the fastest speed possible. In 15 minutes, everyone had gathered. Xiao Changtian nodded after counting the number of people. Everyone was here. Let's go back. Xiao Changtian had Yi Fan and Wang Niaoshu carry the tiger and yak on their backs. One of the 2 disciples was very strong. The other one was muscular and did not look weak. Compared to the fans who needed to take drugs, he was much stronger. The Barefoot Emperor and Yin Jiufeng, who were far away in the void, watched Xiao Changtian and the others leave. They couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. The entire mountain forest was silent for 2 hours. Only then did the Barefoot Emperor and Yin Jiufeng descend from the sky. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This matter left them dumbfounded. What we wanted to kill before, it seems to be that person, right? The barefooted emperor took out a portrait. It was Xiao Changtian. This portrait was given to him by the skeletal man in the dark chamber. Yes, what? Yin Jiufeng shivered and did not dare to answer. The person in front of them could kill a demon god with an arrow. He was not someone they could kill. Yin Jiufeng didn't dare to admit that he wanted to kill Xiao Changtian. Oh, one don't think so. The barefoot emperor put away the portrait and said, "Let's go and take a look at the scene." The 2 of them were silent for a full 15 minutes before the barefoot emperor spoke again. "Let's go." Yin Jiufeng nodded. The 2 of them did not use any cultivation and walked over on foot. Their auras were restrained. They didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of this terrifying arrow intent. Kacha! As they approached, the huge mountain in front of them felt a slight fluctuation in the air. The entire mountain collapsed. Countless rocks fell down, and a large number of trees fell to the ground. However, the arrow was tightly nailed to a dark green light. The dark green light tried to escape, but no matter how it twisted and tried to escape in space, it could not leave. This is a wisp of the consciousness of the demon god's clone. The 2 of them were great emperors, so they were very knowledgeable. They immediately recognized that the dark green light in front of them was the avatar consciousness of the Yao god. That, the means of an expert were truly unimaginable. When the 2 of them saw this scene, they were incomparably shocked. My 10-colored flower has been taken away, so I'll use this arrow as my weapon. Yin Jiufeng stretched out his hand and beckoned. In the space in front of him, a wisp of wind formed the shape of a palm. The palm grabbed towards the arrow. Bang! However, before it could even get a foot away from the arrow, the aura of spiritual energy instantly shattered Yin Jiufeng's vital essence palm. What? Yin Jiufeng was stunned and found it hard to believe. I don't believe that you can block all of my attacks with the demon god's consciousness pinned to you, and you've left master. Yin Jiufeng snorted coldly. His white robe made him look like a ghost in the dark night. His 2 hands grabbed at the arrow. Caught you. Yin Jiufeng was overjoyed. He held the arrow in his hand, and his face was filled with ecstasy. However, all of a sudden, Yin Jiufeng's expression froze as if he had been struck by lightning. A vast universe of the Milky Way appeared in his mind. Where is this place? Yin Jiufeng was puzzled. However, before he could sense anything unusual, he saw a man standing at the end of the universe. It was Chaos. He was wearing a green robe and holding a bow. A long arrow condensed from Chaos was slowly moving towards the stars. Soon after, the green-robed man released his hand with a bang. The long arrow condensed from Chaos broke through countless planes and spaces. Boom, boom, boom. Countless galaxies were shattered, and the arrow pierced through billions of galaxies. Then, the arrow pierced through the 100,000 galaxies in front of him and hit his glabella. All. Yin Jiufeng felt a pain as if he was about to die. In an instant, he was sent flying like a cannonball and crashed into a huge rock. More than 10 of his bones were broken. Yin Jiufeng. The Barefoot Emperor was shocked because he felt a supreme aura descending. This aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had passed through countless planes and countless voids. At that moment, his consciousness seemed to have gone blank. Yin Jiufeng. He did not have time to think about these things. He hurriedly went to help Yin Jiufeng up. However, just as he approached Yin Jiufeng, a majestic force bounced him away. One of the Barefoot Emperor's feet was cut off by a sharp aura. "Oh!" The Barefoot Emperor screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "Quickly go find that senior. Otherwise we'll definitely die. Hurry up and go. This is the Runhuang arrow. That senior is the reincarnation of the Runhuang." Yin Jiufeng, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, spoke these words in a shaky voice before he completely fainted. "What is it? The reincarnation of the human emperor?" The Barefoot Emperor was dumbfounded. "I'll go now. Wait for me to come back." Chapter 170 New Disciple Mission 1. Chapter 170 New Disciple Mission 1. Human Emperor. Emperor of the human race. He was the king of the entire human race, an existence that symbolized the invincibility of the human race. How is this possible? That expert is actually the reincarnation of the Runhuang? The Barefoot Emperor flew on one foot, holding his other foot in his hand. Rumor had it that the Demon Emperor ascended to the celestial realm and became a powerhouse of the celestial realm. However, the human emperor, who was also an emperor, was far more powerful than the Demon Emperor in terms of strength and prestige in the clan. Because of the human emperor's personal charm, a large portion of the powerful demons back then had joined the human race. Therefore, the current Beast Tamer sect came into being. Back then, the Iron Eaters were the strongest of the monster race. The reincarnation of a human emperor? I actually agreed to kill the human emperor? I'm really not human. The Barefoot Emperor slapped himself in the air. Before the fallen emperor era, the human sovereign realm was an existence that was even higher than the immortal realm. The human sovereign was a powerful being that everyone in the human tribe respected. It was because the human sovereign had led the weak human tribe to open up the great wilderness and lead the rise of the human tribe's powerful beings that the human tribe had become what it was today. Even great emperors like them were just small fries by the side of the human emperor back then. As for the Barefoot Emperor, who was nearing the end of his era, even the experts around the Runhuang had never seen him before. They had only heard rumors about him. If it was really the human ruler, then he had committed a grave mistake. The Barefoot Emperor flew towards the courtyard. Above the eastern sea, the green-haired turtle rode on top of Rongrong's head, similarly swiftly galloping. "Fatty, hurry up. I want Phantasmal Shadow to see this tin-colored flower as soon as possible." The green-haired turtle held the tin-colored flower in its mouth. A green light flashed and the poison on it was completely removed. "Alright, boss." In order to speed up, Fatty Rongrong opened that huge abyss mouth like a black hole. The aura of the world suddenly entered Fatty Rongrong's stomach. Seeing that the breath was almost finished, Fatty Rongrong closed her mouth. Soon after, the surrounding Yuan Qi came out from behind Rongrong. Fatty Rongrong directly turned into a rocket, shooting out. Whoosh! In an instant, they arrived at the Nine Phoenix Imperial Palace. "Fatty, hurry up and break!" The tortoise stretched out its two claws and grabbed the fat Rongrong's head. Bang! After Fatty Rongrong landed, she directly smashed a few 100-meter deep hole in the ground. Because she couldn't stop, she still wanted to continue gliding for a while. "Hee hee, boss turtle. I sucked in too much and didn't control it well. This is the first time I've used this move." Fatty Rongrong stood up, scratching her head with her two large claws. "Forget it. I'll get Little Ma to teach you some spatial abilities when we get back. It's too troublesome to fly like this." The green-haired turtle said indifferently. "Thank you, boss. Thank you. Boss is wise, handsome, and talented. Look, Even the way he holds a flower in his mouth is the most handsome in the world. Boss lives as long as the heavens. He lives as long as the heavens. He dies of old age. Fatty Rong Rong poured out a large number of words, not knowing if it was right or not, but it was a heartfelt praise. Not bad, not bad. The dirty old turtle rubbed the fat Rong Rong's head, a green light flashing. I'm green again. Thank you, boss. Fatty Rong Rong was immersed in the green light, her cultivation level rising once more. Looking at the scene before them, the people of the Nine Phoenix dynasty wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. Their faces turned red. Poochie. Finally, Shangguan Shui couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Rong Rong turned her head. Senior, I'm sorry. I thought of something happy. Shangguan Shui was stared at by Fatty Rong Rong's cold gaze, his expression turning cold as he hurriedly explained. Tell me what's so funny that boss and one can hear? Fatty Rong Rong continued. The dirty old turtle also looked over. No, it's nothing. Shangguan Shui hurriedly shook his head. No, you have to tell me today. The fat Rong Rong opened her mouth, revealing those terrifying sharp teeth. A cold light shone from his teeth. Senior, I'll tell you. One saw a group of old sows lining up and falling into the ditch. Shangguan Shui quickly said. Then, he saw a group of women walking out of the Tharch palace, led by the old woman, being sent flying by the panda's aura that was still lingering in the pit. Just like that, he fell into the huge ditch beside him. General Shangguan, what did you say? Who are you calling an old sow? Do you think I'm old? Fuck him. A group of female experts from the Nine Phoenix dynasty swarmed toward the upper echelon of the upper echelon like a tide. All bala. Screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered rose and fell like waves on the sea, but also like the ups and downs of life. It was not until Shangguan Shui was beaten into a pig's head and lying on the ground like mud that the female boxers retracted their fists. You deserve it for provoking us. The group of female experts looked at Shangguan Shui in disdain. They actually dared to call them pigs. They were clearly little princesses that were as beautiful as fairies. Senior, why are you here? Phantasmal Shadow saw the old dirty turtle and hurriedly walked over to ask respectfully. Here, tin-colored flower. The old dirty turtle handed the tin-colored flower to Phantasmal Shadow. But senior, I'm already married. Phantasmal Shadow shook her head. What? The turtle's face turned green with anger. He had spent a long time to find such a tin-colored flower. Wow, married. The dirty old turtle felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck the clear sky, and a light rain started to fall in his head. A gust of wind blew a withered yellow leaf over, raising it up and then falling down. I lost. Benhai actually bowed for the first time. Phantasmal Shadow was already married, and the Sea King had only managed to find the tin-colored flower. Fatty, let's go. The old dirty turtle was very disappointed. Fatty Rong Rong nodded, taking the old dirty turtle away. Walking out of the Nine Phoenix Emperor Palace, arriving above the Eastern Sea, Fatty Rong Rong opened his mouth and asked, Boss, why are you unhappy? Fatty, one liked the process of conquering others, not failure. This time I've lost. This Sea King is very angry. The more the old dirty turtle thought about it, the angrier he got. He looked at the dark castle floating in the East Sea and said, So ugly, so ugly. The old dirty turtle cursed angrily, and the black tortoise Dharma power blotted out the sky. Zhou Wuliang's seawater split into 100 millionth of a centimeter and crashed into the dark castle. Boom! The dark castle shook violently, and a huge hole even appeared. The luck that it had absorbed previously was released, as if it was being discharged. It happened to land on a disheveled youth. At the same time, Xiao Changtian, who had just returned to the courtyard, heard the system notification in his mind. Ding! Disciple recruitment mission. Chapter 171, Chapter 171. Everyone here is Trashulai. Chapter 171. Everyone here is Trashulai. Ding! Release the mission of taking in a disciple, and take in a person with boundless luck as a disciple. Reward, host charm +1. The system notification sounded. Charisma? What use is this? Xiao Changtian was stunned. Before this, the system had at least given him some calligraphy skill +1, or painting skill. Now I'll directly add your charisma. What was the use of a hammer when it came to charisma? This was the world of immortal cultivators. Could an immortal cultivator kill you with a single slap? In the world of cultivation, martial arts were the most respected. In this place, only with absolute strength could one become the target of everyone's pursuit, and become an existence that everyone focused on. The charm of the system was getting worse and worse. Xiao Changtian sighed. The door was open. Someone stole something? Walking to the front of the courtyard, Xiao Changtian saw that the door was open, and there was no one inside. Most importantly, the door to his room was open. Could it be? My gold! Xiao Changtian was shocked. His house was filled with gold. If a thief entered, he must have gone to steal his gold. Thinking of the gold, Xiao Changtian rushed in. As the dark castle was destroyed, a hole appeared on the sea surface, and the fate of the human race, sea race, demon race, and demon race leaked out. A large amount of luck quietly spread in the space. Things like luck were hard to grasp and erratic. Those black-robed protectors were also at a loss for a moment. Fatty, let's go. The turtle directly glanced at it, seeing that nothing had happened, and that it hadn't been completely destroyed. This wasn't considered going against its master's request, so it leisurely left on top of Fatty Rongrong's head. After 2 hours, the breach in the dark citadel was finally sealed. In a forest, the dissipated fate energy gathered together and condensed again. Not far away, a youth was holding a tattered piece of papyrus paper, which was filled with densely packed words. But among them, the 2 big characters are impressively striking dash. A letter of divorce. However, it wasn't that he had divorced someone else. It was that he had been divorced by someone else, and even had one of his legs broken. He was trembling as he walked. Nailinyan, just you wait. 30 years is the west of the river. 30 years is the east of the river. Don't bully the poor. I'll definitely come up the mountain to challenge him again. The young man's name was Futian, and he was an orphan. He had no parents, and people even joked that he had jumped out of a rock. However, the previous Futian was a true genius. Countless people pursued him. Countless beauties threw themselves into his arms. Only Nailin Yin had grown up with him in the village and cultivated together with him. Originally, the 2 of them were engaged when they were young. However, since a year ago, everything he did began to be unlucky, and his cultivation plummeted. He had even become immortal. Just like that, Nailin Yin dumped him. He even scolded him for being disappointing, and began to produce a heart of retreat, and followed the peak master of the incense burner peak to run away. Futian was naturally furious. Every month, he would challenge Censer Peak, but every time, he would be beaten black and blue. This was the most serious one. Why? Why am I so unlucky? When I was born, the immortal told me that 5 tails of luck had gathered around me, and that I had the appearance of an emperor. But why is it gone now? Futian was puzzled. Sigh. It seems that if I challenge him again, one wonder if my leg will recover after 2 months. Futian walked on the road, and looked at the divorce papers. Actually, he had already given up on Nailin Yin. What they were fighting for now was just one last breath. The only part of Nailin Yan's memories that remained were those of hatred. Futian limped along the road. When the mass of qi condensed from Providence saw Futian walk over, it turned into a gust of wind and entered Futian's mind with a whoosh. Futian was stunned for a moment. Then a large book appeared in his mind. There was also a lone figure looking at him and smiling at him. Come and find me to be your master. This book is for you. The figure merely smiled and disappeared from the space. On the big book, he could vaguely see 2 big words on the cover. Human book. Fu Tian was extremely surprised. He tried to open the book in his mind, In an instant, countless golden tadpole-like characters surged into his body and mind. Wung 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 wung. His mind could not help but tremble. His body was completely wrapped in a golden ocean. A day passed. The young man opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, there seemed to be lightning flashing in his mind. Boom! The youth punched out, and a golden fist shadow directly shattered the 100,000 mountains. Me? So fierce? Fu Tian was overjoyed. His face was filled with surprise as he turned to look at Incense Burner Peak. With a stomp, Fu Tian instantly arrived at the main hall. Fu Tian? Why is it you, kid? You still dare to come back? Ha ha ha, his other 2 legs are about to break too. Didn't he already lose one? Why do he still have 2? A series of mocking voices rang out. Fu Tian, I've already divorced you. There's nothing between the 2 of us now. A weak person who was in the arms of an 896-year-old man. The sect master of Incense Burner Peak said coquettishly. Naughty. The sect leader of Incense Burner Peak slapped her butt. The beauty immediately let out a coquettish cry. All. This caused the essence blood of the experts of Incense Burner Peak to surge. One came back to take revenge. Those who beat me up before step forward. Fu Tian didn't care about Nalin Yin at all. He looked at the crowd and said arrogantly. Kid, do you really want to break all 3 legs? The expert who interrupted him earlier said coldly. Ha ha ha, even if you have 3 legs, I can fulfill your wish. We can do it. Why don't you choose one? Ha ha ha. The cultivators sitting on the seats had savage smiles on their faces. A mere mortal still thought that he was the Fu Tian from before. If any one of them went out, they could beat Ba Fu Tian half to death. You bunch of trash, come at me together. Fu Tian said disdainfully. He touched his nose, then extended his right arm, gave a thumbs up, and rotated it 180 degrees. Taunt. Naked mockery. Fu Tian, how dare you call us trash? The experts present all revealed furious expressions. That's right, you're trash. All of you here are trash. Fu Tian said disdainfully. Chapter 172. Chapter 172. Not a single one can fight. _1. Chapter 172. Not a single one can fight. _1. Fu Tian, you're courting death. If you want to die, well, fulfill your wish. Let's attack together and kill him. All the cultivators flew up from their seats. To them, Fu Tian was courting death. The people of Incense Burner Peak were very willing to help. Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Anlan Spear. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Quote. All the strong players in the arena used their own killing moves. Each and every one of them was extremely terrifying. Just their names alone carried an incomparable pressure. These powerful moves exploded with terrifying light in the void, turning into a rainbow. Boom! The rainbow descended like a huge mountain. Fu Tian's figure appeared extremely petite. Hee trash. Fu Tian mocked him and punched out. The terrifying power instantly shattered the rainbow. The terrifying power collided, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dust fell to the ground. The experts of Censer Peak all fell to the ground. Impossible. Why? How did you suddenly become so strong? The cultivators looked at Fu Tian in disbelief. Fu Tian was too strong, so strong that they could not defeat him even if they joined forces. However, Fu Tian did not answer them. He only looked at the people lying on the ground and said, You didn't take my life before, so I'll let you live now. Fu Tian's expression was calm, but in his mind, he was grateful to that immortal. That expert asked me to go and find a master, but where should I go to find a senior? Fu Tian was slightly puzzled. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Nalin Yin ran over, knelt on the ground and hugged his thigh, saying, Brother Fu Tian, they forced me to do this before. Now take me away. The sect leader of Incense Burner Peak hurriedly explained. Fu Tian, she volunteered. Otherwise, I would have snatched her long ago. Brother Fu Tian, he is lying. He saw that you are strong and was afraid. He is lying. Nalin Yin hurriedly explained. What about you? You saw that I was strong, So you betrayed others to please me? Fu Tian looked at him coldly. Brother Fu Tian, one love you. I just did something wrong. Nalin Yin was still explaining. However, Fu Tian kicked her in the face. Get lost! With a single kick, Nalin Yin fell to the ground, then ran away from Incense Burner Peak. It was not until they had run far away that Fu Tian complained. Why isn't there any cultivation technique related to flying in the human book? Running is so tiring. Master, just you wait. I'll go find you now. After he had mocked her, he continued to run with all his might. On Censer Peak, the farce had ended. Everyone was still immersed in the shock from before. Clearly, they had not expected Fu Tian to become so powerful. It was simply unbelievable. Peak Master. I was just stalling just now to get you to ask for help. I was doing it for you. You have to believe me. Nalin Yin ran over again and threw herself into the embrace of the Peak Master of Incense Burner Peak. Fuck you. However, the Peak Master of Incense Burner Peak sent her flying with a slap. If it weren't for this woman, his Censer Peak would have provoked Fu Tian and almost been destroyed. His 80th birthday would have almost become a funeral. Following that, Nalin Yin was directly sent out of Incense Burner Peak, under the slap of the powerful cultivator from Incense Burner Peak. You heartless people who only know how to play with women's feelings. I will come back. Nalin Yan's gaze was fiercely fixed on the Censer Peak, before her as her back disappeared into the setting sun. Just like that, Fu Tian ran. Along the way, he crossed mountains and rivers. When he encountered a sea that he could not cross, he directly found a big demon and fought it. The big demon was beaten until it was obedient and brought him across the sea. Day after day passed. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian hurriedly walked into the room. He wanted to see if his gold was still there. If it was stolen, it would be a huge loss. However, just as he entered the room, he saw Lin Ruomiao. Lin Ruomiao was in the room. She lifted his bed and rummaged through Xiao Changtian's wardrobe. What are you doing? Xiao Changtian was sure that it wasn't a thief, so he was relieved. However, he looked at Lin Ruomiao, who was acting suspiciously, and asked, Master. Lin Ruomiao was shocked when she heard the voice and quickly turned her head to kneel down. What are you doing in my room? Xiao Changtian asked. The most valuable thing in his room was the gold. However, Lin Ruomiao didn't take the gold, but casually rummaged through his bed. What was she doing? Master, Lin Ruomiao lowered her head and stuttered with a guilty look. Speak. Xiao Changtian said. I'm sorry, Master. I wanted to look for the secret manual in your room. Lin Ruomiao knelt on the ground, her voice trembling. She originally wanted to enter the room and find Lin Feng's cultivation manual. She wanted to learn it herself and kill those cultivators as soon as possible to avenge the Lin family. Who would have thought that Xiao Changtian would come back so soon? Secret manual? Xiao Changtian was stunned. What secret manual could he have? The Earth Dog Fist and Mortal Dao scripture seemed to be. Xiao Changtian remembered that Lin Ruomiao seemed to have borrowed the Mortal Dao scripture from Yi Fan. Could it be that Lin Ruomiao wanted this? That was true. His family was broken, and he was still eating and drinking freely here. Clearly, he had a burden in his heart, and definitely wanted to do something like Yi Fan. Ding! Suddenly, the system notification sounded again. An ancient book appeared in Xiao Changtian's hand. Skyblade? It can't be a guidebook for hairdressing, right? Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. Because of the precedent of the previous two cultivation methods, Xiao Changtian had learned to be smart. He flipped to the first page and saw 3 big words. Wash, cut, blow, grass. As expected. Xiao Changtian revealed a look of realization. However, this book was enough for Lin Ruomiao now. She could learn how to cut hair, wash and blow hair for others, and she could be self-sufficient. She didn't have to bear such a huge psychological burden anymore. Take it. This book is for you. If you study it seriously, it will be enough for you to use for the rest of your life. Xiao Changtian handed the Heaven Blade to Lin Ruomiao. Seeing this book, Lin Ruomiao was overjoyed. It must be a cultivation technique given to her by Xiao Changtian. She immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, master. I'll definitely do my best to live up to your expectations." Lin Ruomiao's eyes were filled with anticipation. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he walk out and instruct Yi Fan. "Go out and buy some of the ingredients that I pointed out. I'll roast a tiger for you today." "Yes, sir," Yi Fan replied and went to buy ingredients. As for Fu Tian, he had challenged all the sects along the way and arrived at Daong town. "Sigh, none of them can hit me." Chapter 173. Chapter 173. Chapter 173. Can TA mortal beat a chasm? Chapter 173. Chapter 173. Can TA mortal beat a chasm? _1. How lonely it is to be invincible. Fu Tian walked on the streets with a proud expression. He had fought all the way from the small mountain village in the victorious East Continent. No leisure sect was his match. It was just that he heard that Yi Fan of the West Bull Continent seemed to be extraordinary. A single axe could split the entire West Bull Continent apart with a casual slash. He wondered if that was true. "Boss, give me 2 caddies of beef and 3 caddies of white wine." Fu Tian found a small restaurant and sat down, his face filled with loneliness. No opponent. He still couldn't find his master. How boring. I wonder what strength master has. If one fight master, can I defeat master? Fu Tian thought about it for a while, and decided not to think about it. When he saw his master, he would fight with his master first. Wouldn't there be an outcome? If he was really beaten up by his master, then he would talk nicely. If he was beaten up, he would stand upright, apologize to his master, and earnestly learn from his master. If they beat him, Fu Tian did not know how to address his master. "Your meat and your wine." After a short while, the waiter served all the beef and white wine that Fu Tian had ordered. With a smile on his face, he asked, "Hey, where are you going?" The waiter was just being polite. Guests from the south and north went to many places. There weren't many people who could tell him the truth. "Shopkeeper, let me ask you, are there any cultivation sects in this area? The kind with a high reputation and great strength?" Fu Tian asked. "Immortal cultivation sect? Are you going to take me as your master?" The Great Sun sect's nearby Great Sun sect was a good place. The waiter replied. "Does the Great Sun sect have any experts?" Fu Tian asked again. "Yes, there is. Taoist Great Sun, Taoist Red Sun, and the few experts who came later are all top-notch experts." The waiter praised him generously. The existence of the Great Sun sect was extremely meaningful to the residents of Great Sun Town. Whether it was a flood, next year's drought, or bandits robbing houses, the Great Sun sect would take care of it. Under the jurisdiction of the Great Sun sect, the mortals could live and work in peace. These commoners had respect for the Great Sun Immortal from the bottom of their hearts. Which direction is the Great Sun sect? Fu Tian did not care about this. He only wanted to challenge him now, so he immediately asked. "In that direction." The waiter pointed at a huge mountain. The mountain peak looked extremely bright red, as if there was a sun behind it. "Got it." Fu Tian stood up, clapped his hands, wiped the beef off his mouth and left. "Hey, objective, you haven't paid yet and you want to leave?" The waiter pulled him back. Paying for food was a matter of course. "Pay! Oh, one forgot." Fu Tian smiled and touched his money pouch. However, with 2 popping sounds, the air in the purse exploded. It was empty. "No money. This is a small shop. We don't buy on credit." The waiter's face darkened. "Wait, I'll go get it now." A look of shame appeared on Fu Tian's face. He was an invincible expert, and it would be a shame if he didn't have money. His first reaction was to run away. It was too embarrassing. He absolutely could not let anyone remember his face. From the moment he obtained cultivation and became an invincible cultivator, Fu Tian had already established his life goal: become the strongest human. However, if the future #1 expert of the human race was to be smeared with such a dark history, Fu Tian was already imagining this scene in his mind. It was a day in the future when he was crowned king and stood at the highest point of the human race. Tens of thousands of people chased after him and shouted for him to live forever. However, a mortal suddenly ran out and stood in front of you, saying loudly, he didn't pay for his meal. Fu Tian felt like he had lost all his face. He would run away now, and when he had money in the future, he would make it up to the boss. Now of course we have to run. At the thought of this, Fu Tian stomped his foot. He had already accumulated his strength and was ready to escape. In a flash, the sword passed through a street. Only then did the waiter react. Fai hurriedly shouted, "Dine and dash, catch him." The people of Daong Town immediately reacted. An outsider was eating and dash here. And now he still wanted to escape. Therefore, the person who bought the handmade noodles picked up the rolling pin, and the person who bought the hairpin directly held the hairpin in his hand. On the street, they directly chased and intercepted Fu Tian. Fu Tian was dumbfounded. There were actually so many people coming to capture him. Wasn't it because he didn't have the money to pay now? Run! Fu Tian was even more convinced of his own 36 stratagems, and that running was the best. With his immense cultivation, how could the ordinary residents of Daong Town catch up to him? In a flash, he had shaken off the people behind him and ran into the next alley. However, in this alley, there was also a crowd chasing after them. Only the road ahead is still unobstructed. There is only one mortal who is taking care of his health. Run from here. With a simple scan of his spiritual will, he immediately determined the escape route. He had no choice. He didn't want to fly. If he could fly, he would have flown away long ago. Master, you're so cunning. Why didn't you teach me how to fly when you gave me peerless cultivation? Fu Tian complained with a sad face. Then, he fled from the street Yi Fan came from. Cultivators. When Yi Fan saw Fu Tian, he was slightly stunned. The Fu Tian in front of him was not weak. But why was he running away in a panic? Could it be that he was being hunted down? Yi Fan, that's a dine and dash. Hurry up and stop him. Don't let him escape. The waiter and Yi Fan could be considered old acquaintances, because some seasonings still needed to be bought from the restaurant. As time passed, the two of them became familiar with each other. The waiter saw that Yi Fan was an honest person and liked him very much. Every time he gave him more seasoning powder. What? Dine and dash? Yi Fan frowned. The Fu Tian in front of him was covered in brocade from top to bottom. The fabric of his clothes was extremely precious. One look, and one could tell that he was not the kind of person who lacked money. Moreover, he was a cultivator. However, such a person actually didn't pay for his meal. You can't leave. Yi Fan casually stretched out his hand. Fu Tian, who had already run dozens of meters in front of him, suddenly felt the space around him change. Then, he felt as if his neck was being grabbed. Mortal, you want to stop me? Fu Tian looked at Yi Fan and asked with a frown. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell. Chapter 174 Chapter 174 The Appearance of the Hot Shot 1 Chapter 174 The Appearance of the Hot Shot 1 You have to pay for your meals. If you don't have money, you can stay and wash the dishes. Yi Fan grabbed Fu Tian's collar and said indifferently, if you continue like this, I'm going to make a move. I'm telling you, I'm an immortal cultivator. If one punch you, you'll die. Fu Tian frowned and said in a heavy tone. In reality, he would attack ordinary people. However, when he thought about how he would defeat his enemies all the way in the future and become the strongest existence among the human race, standing on that glorious high platform and being worshipped by everyone. Then, some people were discussing quietly below. Wasn't that person? She even washed the dishes at my place. Thinking of this, Fu Tian broke out in cold sweat. He was an invincible man. He was a man who was determined to become the king of the human race. There must not be so many black spots. After thinking for a moment, Fu Tian immediately used the true essence in his body to drive his entire body forward. He did not believe that this mortal was lucky enough to grab his collar. Now he was going all out. Let's see if this mortal was stunned. As he thought about it, he bent his legs and started running. Don't even think about running away. Pay for the waiter's meal first. However, Yi Fan's calm voice sounded in his ear. Fu Tian realized that his legs were so fast that he could not see them clearly, leaving behind countless afterimages. The shoes under his feet had already created huge sparks on the ground. However, he did not seem to understand. He felt as if he was being controlled by an extremely powerful force, and it was impossible for him to escape. Good boy, you actually hid your strength. Then I'll make my move. How could Fu Tian not understand? Yi Fan was also a powerful cultivator, but he had hidden his cultivation. On the surface, he looked like a mortal. Thinking of this, Fu Tian did not hold back. His huge fist was wrapped in spiritual power and smashed towards Yi Fan. Along the way, no immortal cultivator had been able to take his punch. Bang! Fu Tian's fist flew over. However, in the next moment, Fu Tian was stunned on the spot, and his face revealed a look of disbelief. He punched Yi Fan with his little finger, and even Yi Fan's face didn't have any emotional fluctuations, as if he was bullying an ant. You. Fu Tian was so scared that he couldn't speak. The man in front of him was too strong. He had used all his strength, but he was actually unable to shake the person in front of him at all. You have to pay for your meal. Come back with me now. I'll supervise you to wash the dishes. Yi Fan carried Fu Tian, his expression calm. Ha ha ha, Yi Fan, you're still strong. You're strong and strong. You caught this guy in one go. The waiter ran over panting, his face filled with joy. Let's see where you can run now. The waiter looked at Fu Tian and said fiercely, I don't want to wash the dishes. Brother, look at the spices you bought. You must be cooking at home, right? Seasonings are extremely important when it comes to cooking. You can't be a minute earlier or a second later. If you go and supervise me washing the dishes now, it will definitely delay cooking. Let me go, and I promise that I will pay you back in the future. Fu Tian had an idea. He stared at the seasoning bottle in Yi Fan's hand and said immediately, This. Yi Fan was slightly stunned. His master, his junior brothers, and his junior sisters wanted to roast tiger meat. It was indeed not good for him to return late. How about this? 1 foot 11 inches pay him. Yi Fan took out a silver ingot and handed it to the waiter. The waiter was overjoyed. Yi Fan, you're really a good person. Then can I go now? A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Fu Tian's face. As long as he could leave, then everything would be fine. No. Since you have made a mistake, you need to be punished. I won't let you leave until the punishment is over. Yi Fan said indifferently. He carried Fu Tian and hurried back to the courtyard. In the small courtyard, there was a burst of lively sounds. Master, I can't lift your saber. Mu Jiahuang was arranged to cut the meat, but she couldn't pick up the kitchen knife. Master, these iron skewers LDT's too heavy. I can't lift it. Su Daji said. It was Xiao Chongtian's first time roasting tiger meat. He even took out all the forks that he had brought with him from under his bed, preparing to make a big meal. When he saw the women, he immediately ordered them to cut the meat and skewer it. However, when Mu Jiahuang and the others held those knives, they felt that they were heavier than Mount Tai, so heavy that they could not lift them up. You guys are usually so strong. Why are you so weak now? I can tell that you want to eat the ready-made food. Go sit over there and wait. Xiao Chongtian was speechless. There's no other way. In the end, I'm the one who took on everything. Xiao Chongtian let out a long sigh. He easily picked up the kitchen knife in his hand and cut open the tiger's limbs. With the system's reward of great success in saber techniques and great mastery in cooking, Xiao Chongtian could cut meat as easily as a butcher cutting a cow. In a short while, Xiao Chongtian had cut the tiger meat into small pieces. His speed of putting on the skewers wasn't slow either. It only took him 15 minutes to finish. Jior, you roast it. Xiao Chongtian saw that the preparations were complete, so he decided to let Jior go and roast the skewers. He needed to rest on the recliner for a while. He was tired from working. In order to prevent the sudden death of his previous life from happening again, Xiao Changtian was very cautious. Whenever his body felt unwell, he would take medicine and rest. But one can't carry it. Mu Jiuhuang lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Master's stick was blessed with laws. Take it. One don't believe that you can't carry it. It's not like it's anything heavy. Xiao Changtian frowned and handed a skewer to Mu Jiuhuang. Mu Jiuhuang was helpless. She gathered all her true essence and prepared to take the skewers that were as big as Mount Tai. However, nothing happened when the skewer was placed in her hands. Look, you're just trying to be lazy. These sticks don't weigh much. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Yes. Mu Jiuhuang hurriedly nodded, not understanding why. Naturally, it was Master who gave the orders to these iron skewers. A deep and ancient voice sounded. I see. Thank you, Senior Divine Dragon. Mu Jiuhuang nodded and gestured to the golden arowana in the pond. Xiao Changtian was lying down on the rocking chair. Comfortable. Xiao Changtian even wanted to take a nap, but the system notification sounded at this moment. Ding! A genius with luck has appeared. Chapter 175. Chapter 175. So it's my eldest senior brother. Chapter 175. So it's my eldest senior brother. A hot shot. Disciple. Quote. Xiao Changtian was delighted and sat up from the recliner. This was good. Since his disciple was here, he naturally had to hurry up and take in a disciple. Completing the system's mission as soon as possible could open the path to invincibility. As for the rewards, forget it. Xiao Changtian had never looked forward to the system's rewards. He had just transmigrated in the early stages, so he was still full of anticipation. Until now, the system was getting more and more stingy. It was simply not human. That's right. The system isn't human to begin with. Xiao Changtian stood up and prepared to leave the courtyard to welcome his disciple. But very quickly, Yi Fan entered the small courtyard one step ahead of him. Furthermore, he was holding a futian in his hand. Let me go, let me go. Initially, Futian was still making a ruckus. However, when he walked into the small courtyard, it became quiet in an instant. This was because he sensed a few powerful auras sweeping over. One soars in the 9 heavens and shocks the giant dragon in the universe, just like a god ignoring him. A phoenix with an endless fire domain burning around its body emitted 7-colored divine light. A divine dog with 1 foot moving horizontally, and a universe star as a chess piece that wanted to devour the sky and the moon. A white tiger that stood at the end of the heavens and crushed countless stars with 1 foot. An ant that walked out of the chaos, and a monkey that moved the world. These few shadows appeared in his mind. He was carried by Yi Fan, and did not dare to move at all. He was extremely obedient, as if he was petrified on the spot. What is this place? Fu Tian struggled to turn his neck, and looked at the people in the courtyard respectfully. The muscular man gave off an immense power. That youth with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was like an unsheathed green peak, incomparably fierce. Yi Fan swept his gaze over everyone. Everyone gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Even if he put him down and fought with everyone in front of him alone, he seemed to be no match for them. Heavens! What the hell was this place? How could there be so many experts? Fortunately, there's still a mortal. Fu Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He could sense Xiao Changtian's aura. He could sense that Xiao Changtian didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations around him. He was just a mortal. It's good that someone is noob than me. Only then did Fu Tian relax a little. He turned to look at Xiao Changtian, wanting to see this unlucky guy. But when he looked over, he was dumbfounded. He felt like a bolt of lightning had struck his brain. Xiao Changtian was dressed in a green robe. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary temperament. The key was that he exuded an unparalleled charm at all times. As she had just stood up, her back was facing Fu Tian. That back? Fuck a plant. Is that the master who gave me the cultivation technique previously? Fu Tian was stunned. This back view was exactly the same as the back view in his mind. The most important thing was that kind of otherworldly temperament, unrestrained and ethereal. Master! Futian was overjoyed. He did not expect to meet his master here. Everyone stared at Futian in confusion. Who is this person? Is he your disciple, second senior brother? Di Wuzheng asked. No, I don't know him. Wang Miaoshu shook her head. No, he's a little hooligan who ate in a restaurant without paying. Yi Fan lifted Futian up and said calmly. You're not paying. Who is it? When Xiao Changtian heard that someone was trying to dine and dash, he immediately turned his head. In Dayang Town, wouldn't he be beaten to death? However, when he turned around and saw Futian, the system notified him. Ding! The hot shot has locked onto Futian. This is my disciple? Xiao Changtian was stunned. He did not expect Yi Fan to directly bring it back for him. That Yi Fan put him down first. Xiao Changtian said lightly. Yes, master. Yi Fan nodded and put Futian down. Master, I've been looking for you so hard. After being put down, Futian immediately cried and hugged Xiao Changtian's thigh. Xiao Changtian was stunned. He hadn't accepted a disciple yet, so why did this disciple suddenly become his disciple? Also, this disciple didn't pay for his meal in the restaurant. The owner of the restaurant had a very good relationship with him. If he were to pursue this matter, it would be difficult to say. Futian, why didn't you pay after you finished eating? Xiao Changtian asked with his hands behind his back. Although he was a hot shot, he didn't pay for his meals. What was going on? The disciples of Xiao Changtian should at least have good conduct. Master, it's not that I don't want to pay. I really don't have any money left. Futian hurriedly said. Then why did you run? Yi Fan asked again. Futian looked at Yi Fan, not knowing how to express his thoughts at that time. It was too embarrassing. The peak of the human race? The people in this small courtyard couldn't beat him. His face was flushed red, feeling that he was too chinibu. Master, I felt embarrassed, so I ran away. Helplessly, Futian still spoke out his inner thoughts at that time. There were so many powerful existences in the small courtyard. He understood that there was no point in lying. I see. Yi Fan nodded, and a look of realization appeared on his face. He could tell that Futian was not lying. But when did you become a disciple? Jiang Beichen asked curiously. Futian kept calling him master, and his master did not seem to refute him. A few days ago, Master's divine essence left his body and asked me to come and take him as my master, said Futian. Divine essence unsheathed. Xiao Changtian was slightly stunned. He was just a mortal. How could he know about divine essence leaving his body? Xiao Changtian thought for a while and nodded. That's right, he will be your 8th junior brother from now on. Xiao Changtian didn't even need to think about it. It was definitely the system's doing. If it wasn't for the system, where would the divine essence leave his body come from? 8th junior brother, we got to know each other through fighting. I'm your eldest senior brother Yi Fan. Yi Fan helped Futian up. Futian was shocked. No wonder he could not fight back when facing Yi Fan. So it was his eldest brother. No wonder he had such strength. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Futian said respectfully to Yi Fan. After that, Futian got to know his fellow disciples again. Not long after, Mu Jiuhuang had finished roasting the tiger meat. Everyone eats barbecue. Mu Jiuhuang shouted and brought the skewers over. Everyone sat around the table. It was a little crowded, but everyone was happy. They picked up the tiger meat and took a bite. The power in Tiger Demon Emperor's body was absorbed by the disciples. Waves of aura fluctuations, especially Su Daji. Chapter 176. Chapter 176. This person is the human emperor? He's the human emperor's master. Chapter 176. This person is the human emperor? He's the human emperor's master. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The group of disciples took a bite. The roasted tiger meat skewer sizzled with oil, and the fragrance assailed their noses. Delicious, Chu Iren's younger sister said. Her fair and playful face was already smeared with 2 streaks of oil, with cumin and chili on top. Jiao, your craftsmanship is not bad. You've improved. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. Jiao's cooking skills were only average. Master has taught me well. Mu Jiuhuang replied respectfully. Su Daji was eating the softness of the tiger power demon emperor. The spiritual power in her body was constantly expanding. It was originally a member of the demon race, and could continuously become stronger by devouring its companions. The true essence in its body was soaring at a rapid speed. The courtyard was filled with joy. However, outside the small courtyard, the barefoot emperor was rushing over in a hurry. His face was filled with panic. Ever since he had guessed Xiao Changtian's identity, which was likely to be the reincarnation of the human sovereign realm, he had already made up his mind. Finally, he arrived at the courtyard. Senior, please save me. As soon as the barefoot emperor appeared, Emo Shingu, Xing Tianzi, and the others hurriedly put down the skewers in their hands and ran out to set up the array formation again. Senior, please save me. However, the barefoot emperor remained kneeling on the ground and showed no intention of attacking. He kept kowtowing. This was the reincarnation of the human ruler, the emperor of the human race, and the hope of leading the rise of the human race in the future. The barefoot emperor would not dare to offend him. Someone is asking for help. Let him in, Xiao Changtian said lightly. Yes. Emo Shingu and the other 3 nodded and stepped aside. The barefooted emperor was overjoyed. He hurriedly thanked the 4 of them and ran in with a foot in his hand. Senior, please save me. Barefoot emperor knelt in front of Xiao Changtian, his voice shrill. Xiao Changtian frowned as he saw the foot in the hand of the barefoot emperor. Your foot was cut off. You're seriously injured. Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice. Yes, Senior, please save us. We wanted to offend you before. Please forgive us and save us once. The barefoot emperor kneeled on the ground, trembling. Facing the human emperor, he stuttered so hard that he couldn't think of any other idiom. He could only apologize frantically. Forgive you. Xiao Changtian was stunned. Do we know each other? Seeing Xiao Changtian's confusion, Zhang Fenglei said. Senior, this person and his companion came to the small courtyard to cause trouble in the middle of the night, and were chased away by us. Is there such a thing? Xiao Changtian frowned, and his brain started working. Soon, his eyes lit up, and he sorted out the situation. 1C. This person wanted to steal something in the middle of the night, but the guards chased him away. Later on, the 2 of them were injured, but they heard that in the entire Dayang town, only he knew some medical skills. Xiao Changtian felt that he was very smart. Then are you sincerely repenting now? Xiao Changtian looked at the barefooted emperor. Yes. The barefoot emperor hurriedly nodded. The human emperor had known about their secret plan from the start. Hiss. Fortunately, human emperor had held back. Senior, my companion and I will definitely turn over a new leaf. We will definitely not do such despicable things, the barefoot emperor said solemnly. However, Xiao Changtian knew that the words spoken in a moment of desperation did not count. How about this? I can treat the 2 of you, but after you recover, you have to stay in Dayang town and help the residents do odd jobs for 3 years. Xiao Changtian decided to use labor education to punish them. Not only would it allow the mortals of Dayang town to have more helpers, but it would also allow the person in front of him to obtain a sense of happiness and accomplishment from labor. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, sir. The barefoot emperor was overjoyed when he heard the conditions. He thought Xiao Changtian would imprison them again. But now, they were only helping the mortals of Dayang town. To them, it was simply too easy. Jiao Futian, come with me. Xiao Changtian called Mu Jiuhuang and his new disciple Futian. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make Futian receive his punishment. Yes. Mu Jiuhuang and Futian nodded. After that, Xiao Changtian bandaged the barefooted emperor's foot. Then, he was carried by Futian to the forest. No need, no need. One can walk by myself. Being carried by a disciple of the human emperor made the barefooted emperor feel weak. The disciples of the human emperor were all supreme existences in the world. Even the weakest among them was a 9th-grade great emperor. Unlike him and Yin Jiufeng, although they were great emperors, they were only the weakest first-grade great emperors. The great emperor would only step into the great emperor realm after the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. The 9th level of the Mahayana realm, the first level of the first level, was extremely difficult. Was it difficult? Every level of the 9th level of the martial monarch realm was equivalent to the white heaven. To be able to become a 5th-grade great emperor, one would have to be an expert of their era. But for the disciples of Renhuang, eating was as easy as drinking water. Soon they arrived at the forest. Your companion is seriously injured. I need to perform surgery now. You guys help me. Xiao Changtian said in a deep voice. Yes. The few of them hurriedly nodded. The barefoot emperor and Futian were arranged to fetch water. Mu Jiohuang was helping him from the side. Fellow Taoist, I don't think you're one of Senior's disciples, right? The barefoot emperor asked with a smile. The man in the skull mask had not given him any information about Futian. No. I just received Master's Divine Yuan Strength Transmission. Within a few days. Fu Tian said lightly, and told him about his experiences over the past few days. After saying that, the water was filled. You will come later, I will go first. Fu Tian left in front. The barefoot emperor was stunned. In just a few days, he had gone from an unlucky person to a hot shot. This sounded like a fantasy. The barefoot emperor frowned and prepared to leave. However, as soon as he stood up, the withered leaves on the spot where Futian had sat before turned green again, and the withered grass regained its vitality. He could not help but worship the golden power. Human Emperor? The barefoot emperor knelt on the ground and looked at the golden aura in front of him. He was shocked. Is that the innate Renhuang Qi? The Renhuang Qi that only Renhuangs possess. How can this be? Even if a Renhuang gives his aura to a disciple, it will still turn into postnatal Renhuang aura? The barefoot emperor kneeled, his brows furrowed in disbelief. He didn't understand why such a situation had occurred. Then, an extremely terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that Futian is the Renhuang? That senior is the master of the human emperor. The barefoot emperor was so frightened that he sat on the ground. Chapter 177. Chapter 177. As expected of the human emperor, we can't beat him. _I. Chapter 177. As expected of the human emperor, we can't beat him. _I. The barefoot emperor was completely petrified. Futian was the Renhuang, so that senior. It was the supreme of Renhuang. The human emperor was the emperor of the human race. Who could be the master of the human emperor? What kind of expert was that? The barefoot emperor slapped his own face twice, snapping him out of his shock. No, I'll let Yin Jiufeng analyze it after he recovers. My brain is not working well, so I must be wrong. Perhaps Futian was only contaminated by Senior's aura? The barefoot emperor thought as he hurried back. At this moment, Xiao Changtian was already operating on Yin Jiufeng. Xiao Changtian was holding a pair of big scissors with a determined look on his face as he cut Yin Jiufeng's tendons. Hiss! The barefoot emperor was scared silly. How is this a rescue? He was clearly harming people. The barefoot emperor was terrified. I knew it. Why would Senior forget about the past and treat Yin Jiufeng? It turns out that you want to torture the two of us. He wants Yin Jiufeng to die a tragic death in great pain. As for me, he wants me to collapse in fear and become a lunatic. The barefoot emperor held his head, not daring to look. His entire body trembled. He could even hear Yin Jiufeng's screams from time to time. Xiao Changtian was speechless. He was also on the verge of collapse. They had come in a hurry, but they had forgotten to bring the anesthetic. Now that Yin Jiufeng was screaming, there was nothing they could do. However, when the screams entered his mind, He became even more frightened and curled up into a ball. Don't kill me. All. Don't kill me. The barefoot emperor held his head and leaned against the tree as he muttered. Until Mu Jiahuang walked over and looked at him in confusion. Your companion has already woken up. What are you doing here? Mu Jiahuang stared at the barefoot emperor. She could feel that the strength of these two people was not simple. In fact, he was far above her. All. The barefoot emperor opened his eyes and saw that Yin Jiufeng had been resurrected. His face was pale. What is it? Yin Jiufeng is not dead yet. The barefooted emperor was stunned. Even the blood vessels of the Yin Jiufeng had been cut off. Yet he was resurrected. He had vaguely seen the senior sewing Yin Jiufeng up with a needle and thread, as if he was going to be a puppet. I didn't die. Yin Jiufeng walked over and said weakly. You really didn't die? The barefoot emperor was confused. Could this Yin Jiufeng be a puppet? It was very possible. He decided to test it. A great emperor he once knew told him that the puppets he refined would not feel pain. Take your companion to clean up. Remember not to touch the wound. Xiao Changtian walked over with the surgical tools and said lightly. All right. The barefoot emperor nodded and immediately supported Yin Jiufeng to the edge of the lake. A plan had already formed in his mind. He wanted to test Yin Jiufeng when he wasn't paying attention. If Yin Jiufeng was attacked by him and cried out in pain and became angry, it would prove that he was not a puppet, but had really been revived. If Yin Jiufeng didn't feel any pain, then he should run away quickly. All right, squat down. I'll help you wash up. When they arrived at the lake, the barefoot emperor asked Yin Jiufeng to sit down on the green stone slab beside them. Yes. Yin Jiufeng nodded and sat down. However, just as he sat down, a large foot came straight at his back. Bang! Yin Jiufeng flew out like a cannonball and crashed into a big tree in front of him, breaking the whole tree. All barefoot, what are you doing? Do you want to die? Yin Jiufeng stared coldly at the barefoot emperor. He was still in a severely injured state. His head was on the ground, his hands were behind his back, and his buttocks were facing the sky. The posture was extremely beautiful. This, can you call it pain? The barefoot emperor was stunned. If he could feel the pain, it meant that Yin Jiufeng was still alive and had not been sutured into a zombie. That was great. Yin Jiufeng was still alive. Could it be that Senior is really saving people instead of killing people? Oh my God, what kind of terrifying medical skills is this? The barefooted emperor's face was once again filled with shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Resurrection? Could this be the art of revival? The barefoot emperor was confused. You bastard, quickly help me up. My true essence is still sealed. Yin Jiufeng cursed. Oh. The barefoot emperor nodded and walked over. He wrapped his arms around Yin Jiufeng's waist and prepared to help him up. Xiao Changtian happened to pass by. He saw the barefoot emperor hugging Yin Jiufeng's waist, while Yin Jiufeng was kneeling on the ground with his butt sticking out. Hiss! Xiao Changtian was stunned. Cough cough, his injuries are still serious now. This kind of exercise can wait for the future. Xiao Changtian coughed twice and left in a hurry. Awkward. It was too awkward. He did not expect that these two people were actually. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Xiao Changtian shook his head and threw it to the back of his mind. What is Senior talking about? The barefoot emperor was stunned. As for Yin Jiufeng, he was completely enraged. He swore that after he recovered from his injuries, he would let Barefoot know why the flowers were so red. Yin Jiufeng sat down again, under the support of the barefooted emperor. Why are you staring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? The barefoot emperor looked at Yin Jiufeng in confusion. He scratched his feet in confusion, and his face revealed a puzzled expression. Yin Nine Wen dash. Right, I suspect that our previous guess was wrong. That Senior is not the human emperor. The barefoot emperor spoke again. Not human emperor. Yin Jiufeng was shocked. Xiao Changtian was not a Renhuang. So how could he kill the clone of the demon god? Senior's disciple Futian might be the true Renhuang. Previously, I went to work with him alone. The barefoot emperor recounted his guesses in detail. Impossible. Since Futian was a Run Huang, he must be the strongest of the human race. How could there be anyone who could become his master? Even if the Run Huang reincarnates, he still carries boundless fate. It was absolutely impossible for a human to suppress him. Yin Jiufeng shook his head. However, the aura on Futian's body is definitely not fake. The barefoot emperor was puzzled. As a great emperor, it was naturally impossible for him to be mistaken about the aura of a Run Huang. How about this? I'll think of a way to test it again. I know that when the reincarnation of the human ruler encounters danger, he will be blessed by boundless providence. Then you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.